Court will come to order. It is Monday, September the 11th, 2023, 9 o'clock in the morning. The Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Paces.
Heavenly Father, bless this gathering today. Grant us your wisdom and guide us in our decisions on behalf of the people of Kerr County. We thank you for all your many blessings that you've bestowed upon us, but we could sure use your gift of rain, so please send us some more. Lord, keep our first responders safe and protect our children from all threats. Help all who are struggling due to this recession and high inflation, and deliver us from all evil and tyranny. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. A few things before we go into public input. First of all, remind everybody to please turn your phones off or to silent so that it doesn't interrupt the proceedings. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the unusual agenda that we have today. We have a morning session and an afternoon session. We are quite busy. There's much to be done. And I wanted to explain how we're going to work these sessions. This morning we hope to proceed just as we normally do with public input. And if you have something that you want to speak to the court about that's on the agenda, we ask that you save your remarks until that item is called. This afternoon, however, we're going to go back and follow our Kerr County Commissioners Court rules. And that is because we know we're going to have heated discussion. I think it's item 1.28 and 1.29, two separate issues. And we know that discussion is go longer than 30 minutes. And the rule says that if the discussion goes longer than 30 minutes, then each side is limited, the discussion is limited to 6 persons, 6 speakers. 3 for one side for the fors and 3 for the against. But because there's 2 issues, one is a hand count. We've already got the paper ballots, but the hand count. And then the second issue has to do with continuing the system that we have, the HART system. And so what I'm going to do is break that down into 2 issues, which would allow 30 minutes each. 30 minutes for each issue. And you can have up to 3 speakers for each issue, which means that as you agree among yourselves, you can have up to 6 speakers, but they're limited to 5 minutes each. And that would give us the 30 minutes. And so we can have anywhere from 6 to 12 speakers this afternoon. And if you don't understand, you can ask me questions when you get ready to come up. As we proceed. But with that, this is the part of the agenda where we ask for the public's input. And I know I've got one person that signed up for public input. If there's any others, please give your participation sheet to Ms. Dowdy. And so at this point, I will call Sergio Manella.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present our event. My name is Sergio Manella, and I represent K-Star Emergency Children's Shelter. We have an event this weekend on Saturday at the Youth Event Center, and it is a chili cook-off car and bike show, and I just wanted to present that to everyone's attention. All the funds go to K-Star Emergency Children's Shelter and our free family counseling. That's it. I have a poster here. You guys would like.
If you can leave that with Jody,
Absolutely.
make sure you find the proper place here at the courthouse.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody, for the time.
And thank you for what you did.
Thank you, sir.
Any other public input at this time? Okay, there being none, we'll proceed on to Commissioner's comments, and we'll start with Commissioner Warren.
Well, obviously, this is Patriots Day, and we're remembering what happened to this country 22 years ago today. I want to encourage you to tell the young people, because they don't know. A lot of them don't even get taught this in school anymore, so make sure they understand what the day is about. And I want to thank the good Lord for sending us half-inch of rain yesterday. Oh, I got it. What do you got? I got it.
Well, unlike my normal, I don't have too much to say that's not on the agenda, other than we remain in a burn ban. And even though some people may have got a little bit of rain, this drought persists, and with this kind of conditions, it dries out so awful fast. So please respect the burn ban and pray for rain.
Rick?
Just Out at the Riverstar Park, the Flag for Heroes event, and I drove by this morning, and it was really made you think back to 9/11. I would really encourage everyone to go out there, to use and drive by. It's a pretty impressive sight to see the number of American flags flying in the Riverstar Park today. And it's, I guess, through the week, I believe.
And the flags are for sale, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. It's very impressive. I know the judge spoke Saturday morning out there. I attended, and it, you know, you got to see it to take it all in and appreciate it. And Jake's here, and spoke with him earlier. They're got activities through today, and they're picking up tomorrow, what have you. So if you purchase a flag, you can pick it up from them tomorrow, what have you. Big deal for Ingram Volunteer Fire Department this Saturday. They're having their annual open house and fundraiser. I believe they have a silent auction. They're having, you're having a live auction, maybe a silent, I'm not sure, as well as barbecue and what have you. So go out and support these guys. This is one of their main functions. And there's one thing they started doing last year is they have these chairs that are donated by different groups, different schools from around, of course, all our local school districts, Ingram and Kerrville, and then you reach out to Harper and Junction, and they decorate them with their colors and what have you. It's kind of a neat deal. So, and some of them went really cheap last year, I think. So, and they're very nice rockers, sort of like what you see at Cracker Barrel. So, anyway,
When's that?
Saturday,
Saturday?
16th.
So you bid online?
I'm not sure if they have that.
He's not gonna run again, he needs a rocking chair.
True.
I'll keep you in mind.
The only thing that I would add is if you haven't been by the Youth Event Center, Riverstar Park, to see the flags, you need to do it. 500 American flags out there. And they've sold just slightly short of 100. The flags are for sale, and we bought 3, one for each of our fathers, my father and my wife's natural father and stepfather. It's a very moving experience. There's a closing ceremony today. I think it's at 4 o'clock, is that right?
Yes.
4, okay. I thought I remembered it correctly. What should be very moving. It was really a great time to celebrate our heroes, first responders, and people who served in the military. And I got to brag a little bit that in World War II, I had my 10 uncles and my dad all went to war. And 10 of them came home, which is pretty good odds when you consider it. And I told the story that my dad, of course, my dad was a Marine. And if you're a child of a Marine, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. He told the story that right before they got ready to invade mainland Japan, they fell out in formation, and the commanding general got up and spoke to them, said, asked the entire formation, look to your left, now look to your right. Chances are only one of you are coming home. That's what we were looking at had we had to go in and invade mainland Japan. So I'm very thankful for Harry Truman. But with that, today is a very solemn day, and it's only appropriate, even though it is not the same. We're going to hear from 911, which is the first item on the agenda. Item 1.1, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the Kerr County 911 budget. Mark Del Toro.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I am here in accordance with the state law, Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 772, to request your approval of my fiscal year 2024 budget. This budget was approved by my board of managers on August 24th. This budget pretty much mirrors this current year's budget with the exception of one black eye. We have a $108,000 deficit on the budget due to an unfunded mandate from the 87th Texas Legislative Session. However, they gave us a little handout. We do have a grant opportunity to recoup those funds, and we will be doing so. And that deficit is for the next generation core services, which we are currently implementing right now.
welcome to our world.
Yes, sir.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the 911 budget. Any discussion?
I just appreciate the very conservative way you run that office.
Thank you, sir.
And do that. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1.2, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from Hill Country Dispute Resolution Center to renew a contract with Kerr County to provide mediation services in Kerr County and for funding. I will move that we approve this. We do this annually. They provide an incredible service over there. They have a sliding scale, depending on your ability to pay for the services that are provided to try to resolve lawsuits outside of court.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
This again, excellent service, saves us a lot of money in the long run.
If there no other discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a contract with Beckwith Electronic Engineering Company for fire alarm and monitoring for the juvenile detention facility.
Morning,
Shane.
gentlemen. This is a standard renewal contract with Beckwith to monitor the fire alarm panel at the juvenile detention center. Our county attorney has looked over the contract, made a few notations on page 4. Other than that, there's no changes, and it's $402 up for the whole year.
I move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to renew the contract with Beckwith Electronic Engineering for the fire alarm at the juvenile detention center. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve relocating the power lines at River Star Park. Shane Evans.
Yes, sir. After speaking with Jake, it's not relocating the power line, it's adding an extra one so we can move the guy line wire that's in the way of where the proposed entrance to the River Star Park is at. So if we're moving the power line pole, it would be thousands more. With adding the new, what it is a pole with a guy line wire attaches to the old one, so it doesn't, when we move the guy line wire, it doesn't, tilt, move, or anything else. So it's basically just adding an extra pole so we can maybe accommodate putting the entrance there in the River Star Park.
Shane, I discussed that with you a little bit on I guess Friday, and discussed it with Jake this morning. I'd like to pump the brakes and kind of look at what I talked to both y'all about, and maybe you two guys look at it together, or I'll meet you out there, all three of us. There might be an alternative, so why don't we pass on this for now and scratch our heads a little bit on it, and maybe we can do it even cheaper and still accomplish what we want to do. Look, maybe not. I want y'all's input, but it's just something we need to look at, I think.
Are you fine with passing this, Shane?
Sir?
Are you fine with passing this?
Yes, sir.
So we'll,
This was gonna be done in next year's budget, or this year's budget.
it's this year's budget.
Yeah.
It's not a new expense. I mean,
It's this year's budget. The next 2 weeks from now is the last.
If we pass, kind of running shy of time.
Well, we are.
We can allocate the funds that
Yeah.
we know the cost and sign the contract with.
Yeah.
And the contract to add that extra pole, tension pole is good until November. So we do have time to act on that.
Okay.
If we want to go ahead and forward with that.
All right. Well, I'd like to look at it, and maybe one of you guys, 2 or 3, stop in there and we'll all look at it at the same time.
Well, I can tell you, I'm not interested in the labor things. I just want a good thing.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
whenever you tell me it's the right one, the right way to go, I'm for it.
Sure.
Okay, don't leave the lectern there. Item 1.5, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve the striping of the parking lot at Hill Country Youth Event Center. Shane Evans.
Yes, sir. I had acquired 2 bids to restripe the youth exhibit parking lot. We've been looking at this for several years now. So far, probably not 2021 at least, trying to get this parking lot striped for big events. Which I don't know if y'all have been out there with how it looks when there's a ton of vehicles out there.
it's kind of helped us skelter a little bit. So
I was out there this past Saturday, and it was full.
Exactly.
With the gun show and the field of honor, you could hardly find a parking place.
exactly. So
And they were parking at all kinds of angles.
Yes.
yes, sir. And what does need to be for sure restriped is the parking stripes up around the front of the building where the handicap parking. There's no stripes, and then you can see the handicap parking placards, but you can't see the stripes, parking stripes or any of that. If we were to approve this, or y'all were to approve this, it would incorporate putting parking stripes in front of the building, there and where the ag extension office is at. Then on the sides, there would be also parking stripes for the RVs on that, the west side of the building.
That's between the youth event center and
Riverstar.
And Riverstar.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So, your two bids, both of them bid the same thing?
Yes, sir. Pretty close. I mean, the bids are within $500 of each other.
But the same striping, I mean,
Yes.
locations and everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But this doesn't, or does this take court action? It's in your budget.
Well, here's the problem. I don't have the money in the budget right now. So if we were to do it in this budget year, to get the money, I'd have to have a
Budget
contingency funds to get that done.
What are the two bids?
One's for $9,752.42, and the second bid is for $10,118.
Well, with the eclipse in October, I think sooner is better than later. Just like the judge said, I was out there Saturday too, and it was, a lot of people park like they all have BMWs sometimes, you know, at an angle and stuff, and, there's
Well, in
no
the way,
guide.
in the way that you have to turn, there was
It was
a huge SUV that you didn't know if you could get through there or not to get to the side lot.
Right.
Well, do you have a preference? I mean, the low bid, is what you want to go with?
The one with the lower bid could start, they said, when I contacted them, they said they could start at the latter part of September, which would fall within this budget year for sure, and include the contingency funding.
And the other one?
I didn't get a response back immediately.
Okay. We got a start date, that's what I want.
Yeah, exactly.
Start date and low bid sound like the one to go with.
I'll make a motion that we go with the low bid of $9,752.22.
Yes, sir.
And the funds are to come from contingency.
Second.
Okay.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the low bid contractor for striping at the Hill Country Defense Center. Any discussion?
With funds coming.
With funds coming out of contingency for this year's budget. No discussion, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.6, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve Kerr County investment policy and broker dealer list for Kerr County investment policy in accordance with the Public Funds Investment Act. Ms. Sullivan.
Good morning. There are no changes, but annually you do have to approve the investment policy of broker dealer list.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the investment policy as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.7, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the treasurer to pay out the employee comp time balances on September 29, 2023, the last pay date for the fiscal year. Ms. Sullivan.
So every year we pay down the comp balances for employees, so we're not carrying that liability anymore. So I just need your approval for that. Last year you allowed me to reach out to departments to see if anybody planned to use their comp time before the end of the fiscal, or before the end of the calendar year, I think. So if you would like to do that.
I think that's a good
Again.
policy. I think what we need.
Yeah, definitely. The only question I have is that some years I recall that we allow certain departments to go a little bit longer.
That's what I'm referring to. So I'll reach out to all the departments to
Okay.
see if anybody needs to. Otherwise, everybody will be paid with this year's salary versus
Next year.
next year's.
Okay. Good for approval.
Have a motion and a second to approve the payment of the employee comp time balances as of September 29, 2023. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Item 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the agreement with Powder Technologies to update Odyssey software. Bruce Bodoff.
Yes, sir. Morning, gentlemen. There are two agreements, one for production side and one for the test side of our network. And this is for the upgrade for that system. It has been looked over by the county attorney.
This is a contract renewal, Bruce? A new
It's a
contract?
one-time,
A one-time.
one-time.
Cost? Cost?
Cost is $6,330 a piece. So $12,660.
12,000 what?
630.
660.
What's this gonna do for us?
Take us from an antique to the current model.
This is just an upgrade?
Just an upgrade.
Just an upgrade. So it's not a one-time, because upgrades are never a one-time. But this is the one time we're voting on it, so I move for approval.
The upgrade this year. Second.
A motion and a second to approve the contract with Powder Technologies. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, we're coming up on the timed items that we can't start until it's actually this time. One of the things that we have to do today is I'm going to take us over to item 1.30. And I'm going to call that item, and we have to act on this before we act on the budget. So that's why I'm putting this before the 9:30 timed items. And so that is item 1.30 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for staffing and oversight of future elections. And I think we could probably do this in open session. So, Commissioner Letts, you want to weigh in?
Yes, based on the information we received at the last meeting about the election department moving from, or out of the tax department, I've contacted the county clerk and asked her what is she going to need to take over elections. And I also asked her a little bit of information about election administrators, which is another option that we could do down the road. And she kind of read off of counties around using that system. One of them is Kendall County, one of them is Medina County, and I asked Noel to come up with the cost for those departments.
And Gillespie County just hired them.
Yeah, yeah, but I just went to, that are a little bit comparable.
Here.
Anyway, if you go with the election administrator system, it looks like it's between $500,000 and $600,000 for a new department. That's based on Kendall County, Medina County.
With staffing of how many?
I just got their total budget, what they're doing, and they're kind of comparable. Medina's population-wise very comparable to us, comparable to us a lot of things, and Kendall County is next door. You know, we didn't go into great detail. I just asked what they're saying. Jackie mentioned that, in her opinion, she would need a staff of 4, a senior person, and probably 3 clerks, something along that line. We were kind of up against the budget on the agenda. I passed that on to the auditor's office, and I believe that in our budget that we're going to look at today, there's how much? 250,000? What do you?
Roughly, there's 3 new positions that we added.
3 new positions were added. That's roughly 250,000. This move's going to cost us.
Some of the positions move over from
Um,
One moved.
One position we move over. So, you know, it's I mean, all of this, it's frustrating to me because all of this issue and talking about elections is costing us a lot of money. And that's a frustration to me because I hate wasting money, and I look at this as wasting money. But we are where we are. Jackie, do you have anything you want to say? Because you're the ones, I mean, I talked to you, I just reached out to you, and
This was
my
not,
conversation was that she's willing to do it.
this was not my plan.
You want to go to the,
Not really.
no.
I will.
That's what people need.
Yeah, I know, I'm
They can
kidding.
see me right there too.
Well, they can see you, but they don't hear you.
Okay, so this was not my plan. I was not reached out to by Bob in any way. So with the time crunch, I'm requesting 4 positions. And to have only 1 position move, that means I'm only gonna have 1 experienced person move, and I think that's, not good. It's just more inexperience with, I don't know. I just, I don't think we need an election administrator. I think it should be the way statute's written, is where tax assessors, the registrar, and the elections stays with the clerk. That's my position.
Thank you.
So, it's built into the budget that we're about to look at, an additional $250,000 of numbers. And that's why, if that's the direction we're going, yes, we need action. Or do we need action? I mean, it can be done by the budget, but I think it is cleaner on these type of things that if we have a court order specifying what we're doing.
I think we need to have a court order because these go on the position schedule. We have to have adopt these positions in order to put it in the budget.
So what we're doing is we're hiring 4 more people.
3.
3. Oh, because we have one already. Say 3 more people at a cost of $250,000
Above what we,
above what we've already
right.
discussed and have in the budget for the upcoming fiscal year.
Yes. And I will say, this is done very quickly.
What's that calculated on?
I mean, quite
Salary and
honestly,
vote, be step grade, and
You're-
roll-ups.
Well, you looked at 2 counties.
off of this,
We don't necessarily have to follow along with them.
Those are
like the pie
administrators.
chart.
those are election administrator offices.
Okay, so, but their staff is included, isn't it? I saw
Yes.
other salaries in there.
Right.
So,
I look at that option as, okay, that's costing us $500,000, so that option to me is off the table.
right.
I mean, it came about because, I don't know, did I call you Thursday or Friday, Jackie? I started thinking about it, because we spent a whole lot of time on position schedules last week, that this needed to be decided
Right.
by today and put in the budget, because it's a big expenditure. And I just called Jackie up and said, you know, or talked to Jackie, and having about time, and said, what do you need? And she said she thinks she needs 4 positions. And at that point, I didn't know that one was coming over, so it was 3 new positions and 1 transfer. That's how it came about. It was pretty quick.
This is also gonna affect the entire staff. I need space, I need desks, I need desktop computers. It's an expense. And another thought I had is, you're not gonna like it, but move all of my staff from 15, and if they're a 17 or if they're a 19, they go up 2 steps, and I'll take 2 people. That's another thought. I don't
That
know
calls
what
for
the
a cost
expense-
analysis.
Yes.
And
She did request that the, I think what is maintenance go up like 15,000 to cover the cost of what she thinks to get her more room. So that's part of the cost that is in the budget also.
What would the, in the budget, what positions, what step and grade did you add in?
So there's, the current step and grade for the election clerks are at 15 grade, the step depends on their tenure. And then the clerk was put in at a 19.2. Previously, we were just paying a stipend, or 19, maybe 92. Previously, we were paying a stipend for the person that was running it. So that was taken out, and there was also a part-time position in the past that got taken out so that she could get her 4 staff members.
That's exactly what I was gonna ask. How many of these people, they're all full-time?
They will be all full-time, yes.
There's a lot that goes into elections that people don't realize that goes on all year. So, that still sounds high to me, but.
I mean, I don't think something to really compare it to.
Right. And Medina County reflects us a great deal.
Yeah.
Size and everything else.
There are a lot of pros and cons as to whether or not you want to have an election administrator.
Of
Yes.
course.
One school of thought is you want to keep the elected officials because they're more accountable to people. The other school is you get somebody that has a little bit more expertise and experience.
But from what I've heard, and I'm not sure if I presume it's accurate, it's very difficult to hire elected administrators right now. I think Gillespie County spent close to a year looking, finding, and looking for one. So even that's another reason not to go there, in my mind, at least right now.
Well, I prefer somebody that people can fire.
Well, I'm hoping this is all a big what if.
Well,
I would agree
we're
with
in the enviable position of having to approve the employment of these additional personnel to be able to provide electoral services this fall.
So this is based on everybody coming in at 15, the 3 new employees,
3 is 15 and 1 is 19.
one that's already at 19.
No,
I'd
a
like-
new one at 19.
I'd like to check my position schedule for my seniors. The seniors, I thought they were 17, but they might be 19.
I said, I thought they were 17 too. I said, I'm being correct.
So if we're not gonna have an administrator, who's coming in at 19, what's that person gonna be called?
Well, it would be another senior, because I'm requesting the court do 2 title changes with the current request, and then have my 2 current positions also include a couple of other seniors. So I would have 4 senior clerks as it is, but now with this new request, I would want 5 senior clerks. It would be senior county court of law, senior civil, senior vitals, senior land, and senior elections. That's my request, and I believe the seniors were 17, because my 2 admins currently are 17, and they're just a retitle. I don't know. I can go into it more if you'd like, but
So this would be not to exceed a certain amount, it might not cost that much.
I just need to know what they currently.
Well, we're putting it in the budget, so if it's not spent,
It's not spent, then but I'm just saying, so everybody understands it might not be that much money.
correct.
But to be clear, and so the public understands, we have to attach to our budget annually a position schedule of all the employees, includes elected officials and regular Kerr County employees. And that's what we've been struggling on for over a month. And these positions have to be in that schedule, or they're not legally authorized, we're not legally authorized to hire them. So we're running at the last minute trying to get this in. And we appreciate your cooperation. But this is what we're going to have to be able to conduct an election in November.
Still fail to understand why only one person would go across to continue to work on elections.
And I believe that's an open position right now, just FYI.
And we've had an election supervisor. Is that person?
Chief Jeffrey Crowe.
just
Those just
a little more, yeah. So that goes back into the budget, whatever that was. I don't know how much that was.
Either Bob or Tanya, what's the decrease in your budget? You know?
Go ahead.
Basically, what we did was we took 402, it's its own department.
Let's kind of get to the podium, so everybody can hear what we're doing.
Basically, we took Department 402 that y'all had already approved, and so we took out the amount that Bob was going to need for the voter registration clerks. So we kept 2 of those positions, and if I'm not mistaken, and Bob, you may need help me on this, it was the same 2 that were there whenever it was transferred to his office, or before the transfer.
In 2008, when the transfer, the tax office had 2 full-time voter registration clerks. And I believe Commissioner Paces had asked some questions this past week, and I supplied him with answers. Currently in my department, I have 3 full-time election clerks. I have budgeted 2 part-time, plus my chief deputy, who's part of her duties, are elections. That figures out based on the time, roughly 4.5 full-time positions, if you figure the part-time and the full-time clerks. The division in my office of coordinating elections versus voter registration is about 50-50. Between not so much conducting the elections, but I mean the work for doing the elections versus voter registration is roughly 50-50. So therefore I would need 2, which would be the same as when it was moved, when elections was moved over to my office. They moved 1 from the county clerk's office, who is currently my chief deputy now, and the 2 voter registration clerks remained in the tax office in that part.
So 2 experienced clerks are going to the county clerk's office.
I would suggest, in all fairness, that if they would like to move to Ms. Dowdy's office, but also have the opportunity to hire them, I don't think we can force them to move. It's certainly up to them. My chief deputy will stay.
Now, Bob, did I understand you to say that 50% of their time is spent on elections?
I would say between the 4.5 equivalents, my part-time, my chief deputy, my 3 election clerks, roughly half the time they're on elections, half the time they're on voter registration. I don't have them assigned, all you do is voter registration. Nobody in my office operates that way. So roughly half the time is voter registration, which is a daily job.
And that'll keep happening in your office.
Yes, sir.
Coordinating with the rest of elections being in another office, do you see any kind of logistical problem with that at all?
No, sir, I don't. I mean, frankly, it's typical in the absence of an election administrator that the county clerk coordinates all elections. The tax office is the voter registrar. That's how it's actually broke down by statute unless the 2 offices agree to combine.
Thanks.
So what I'm hearing, if you have 4.5 equivalent full-time positions, and you only need half of it for voter registration, then effectively the equivalent of 2 people at least should go to county clerk's office to work elections.
I need 2 in voter
You need to,
registration.
yeah, yes. So 2 could transfer.
Well, I have 2. I have an open spot. My chief deputy has much more duties than just that, and she'll be able to be freed up to do
Well, at least the money that's been budgeted.
I believe we moved one position. I would still need to retain 2 of my voter registration clerks, along with the chief deputy. I could get by with that for part-time.
So there were 3 original positions when we looked at it this summer. And then there was a stipend paid to his chief deputy for the work in the election department. So when we separated those 2, we put the voter registration clerks, moved it to the tax office, and just called it another GL line now for those positions, those 2 positions. And then we increased then on the election side of it for the positions to make sure Jackie had the position she had requested.
So does the stipend follow the election?
The stipend went away. She asked for a clerk, a senior clerk, and so when we did that, the stipend went away. And she did not request the part-time position either, so that went away.
And Daniel, do you remember if the senior was built as a 17 or 19?
It's in there as a 19. You have a choice not to use that amount. It says it clearly in the general provisions. I mean, we can move it, but what's built in the budget right now is at a 19.
So all of my other seniors are 17s. And so I would think this other one would be 17, not a 19.
Well, we can put it down. I agree, it needs to be consistent.
2 at 17 and 1 at 19, is that what it's?
No.
1 at 7. The budget has a 19 in it, she only needs a 17 and then 2, or 3,
3 at 15.
3 15s.
And this, we appreciate what you're trying to do. This is a scramble, it's something we didn't really anticipate, but we've got to put this in the budget. So, as regardless of our personal feelings about it, we've got to have it in the budget. We're running an extra.
An election in less than 2 months.
So, I forget what the motion is.
Didn't have time to think about that, did you?
I'm busy, a lot of stuff going on.
Well, I thought about it all, I just didn't do anything. I thought Jackie would figure it out, because she's pretty smart.
She did figure it out, and I called her and she told me. I make a motion to accommodate moving the elections department from the tax assessor's office to the county clerk's office, that we authorize 4 positions and be added to the county clerk's office. 3 being a a grade 15, being a grade
17.
17.
I'll second that. Just to simplify it. Discussion.
Effective date.
Fiscal
It
year.
needs to be ASAP.
Effective October 1.
A lot of unintended consequences with all this.
Okay, discussion? Well, let me ask her, is there any need to go to the executive session?
I wouldn't mind. I mean,
Well, okay.
For what reason? Under what reason? Do you only
well,
have
I would like to
a
talk
handful?
with, have Bob and Jackie in there, to talk about this transition.
Can we
and
talk
if-
about this on a break and see if it fits into any of the permissible
That's fine.
executive session? If it does, can recall it and go from there? How's that?
That would be fine with me.
So, my county attorney suggested it's time for a break. And I think strategically it's probably appropriate. We have a lot of time items, we've got a very busy morning docket. So let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 9:50. And I think we've made the determination that there will be no executive session, so
Judge, I have something else that hasn't been brought up, and I think needs to be brought up. The one that Bob stated at our last meeting that he would do everything to help
for this session.
transition and do all that. So it's not just like all of a sudden it's going to be dropped to the county clerk's lap. I mean, Bob is committed to making it as smooth a transition as possible.
He's a team player.
Yeah. So, that's good. And I think the other part of it is that, I talked to Bob, and, you know, open records requests are an interesting thing. You know, and the public certainly has, I would say that, because it has an issue, is that, the public certainly has a right in, on all four open records requests, but, the number, I'm talking to Bob previously, and Bob has talked about it once, the number of open records requests he gets going back into the data. His performance and being able to do his other jobs get put down, or delayed, overburdened. I know that we've had an awful lot of open records requests out of our engineering department. I would hate to estimate the dollars that have been wasted, in my opinion, on members of this court and our engineering department, road bridge department, is on requesting, you know, as an example, I would see one, it's a little bit off topic, I guess, but it is related from the standpoint of the time it takes, to every communication I've had with the Water Development Board since 2004. Well, that is absurd.
It's a
And I gave it to
fishing
them. I went through all my emails, searched through all my personal ones, all the county ones, and they got thousands of pages, and they said, well, that's too much to print, we don't want to do it. You know, that type of thing is not productive. A targeted open record request for a specific reason, all for it. But this is blanket ones that are this tie up staff time and are costing the taxpayers thousands and thousands of dollars. There's one open record request takes whoever the department it is, the county attorney, the auditor, it's mind-boggling. So anyway, and that's, I think, part of the reason that Bob has made this decision for my communication with him.
And if ever y'all want to consider a policy about limitations on the open records requests, there are certain things that the Commissioners Court can do that I'm glad to visit with y'all about another time.
Thank you.
but that's not our agenda item for today.
Whoa. Finally, you got one.
I was just tying it up.
All right, we have a motion and a second, I believe, Judge.
Motion and second to staff the county clerk's office, the elections department. As presented. Any other discussion?
I don't like it. No, I don't like it at all. Between the dog and the fire plug.
I can handle it, if that makes you feel any better.
Well, that's not
I
the
have full
issue.
confidence.
We
in you.
appreciate it.
Yeah, that's not the issue.
So, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? So, 4-1? 4-1? Okay, that takes us to the timed items. And the first one is just a housekeeping thing for us, we'll do very quickly, and that's item 1.9, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to open and read bids received for property located at 500 Ranchero Road.
This is a piece of property we were told at first we could just contact the neighbors and sell it to a neighbor. And then we were told that wasn't the way it worked, so we had to do a little research on it and look at the rules back and forth, and then finally it was a sealed bid. So if you want to add anything to that, Ms. Stebbins, then
No, that's exactly right. We thought we could.
we thought we could just sell it to the neighbors. So I drove around and talked to all the neighbors, found one that wanted to buy it. Then I had to call him back, and say, yeah, I got it wrong, so, yeah. So
We thought it was
I
a little
hated
bit
that.
smaller piece of property and with not as much value, but it turned
Right.
out that it was
Right.
more valuable.
We kicked this around for a while.
We did. So-
We did not receive any bids. The bid we received is for fuel.
Yeah.
So we don't have any bids at all. So can we, having not done that, can we now go back and talk to the neighbors or take it? I told him this, the one buyer, we had one buyer, and I said it has to go through this process.
So, no, you can't take it back and visit with him, but we can, the Commissioners Court can hire a real estate agent to sell it that way. And I can give y'all some advice about that process.
It's not gonna sell.
Yeah. It's only good to somebody that's right there and
Right
already
there.
has adjacent property.
Yeah. So,
But the agent can sell it at whatever price?
No, it has to be fair market value. Which
We
is,
did have an offer on it, and I thought it was a good offer.
Is it,
Yeah. Beck Gibson did their place.
You did.
was the price within the appraisal?
I don't remember what it was, so I can't answer that honestly.
It was close enough for me. That was the way I looked at it.
Can we surplus it?
I don't know. I hadn't thought about that option yet, but I
Let's
can.
pass on that,
Okay.
and then report back.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll pass on item 1.9.
So I thought we had bids. How did it get on the agenda this week?
Well, we got bids down in the road bridge.
published.
Well, we
It had to be
had open.
published to be
It was
open
on-
today.
Oh, it had to be, okay.
It was the open bid.
It was to finish up the bill.
Right.
Okay.
So item 1.10, consider discuss take appropriate action regarding any changes to the proposed Kerr County budget for FY 2023-2024. Michelle?
Yes. How about I start with passing them out this time? And this is from the proposed budget. So today is showing property tax revenues of 31.8 million and non-tax revenues of 23.5 million. Total expenditures are approximately 63 million. Estimated expenditures over revenue are approximately 7.7 million, which basically means we're projecting to spend savings to pay for 1.5 million of road and bridge expenses, 5.6 million for animal control facility, 500,000 for other capital projects. The property tax rate of 43 cents is projected to create a percentage of expenditures in fund balance of 25.9. The minimum standard is 25%. Expenditures being funded by this increase include animal control shelter debt, new debt covering IT, road and bridge equipment, the volunteer fire department's boat, SO and jail operating expenses, election year expenses, fire protection, new staff possibly moving from step 1 to step 3, and part-time to full-time in current year for the veteran services and the public information officer. It also includes 5% wage adjustment for all staff. Fund balances and future tax increases will be needed in preparation of moving approximately 1.3 million in salaries and payroll-related expenditures back to the general fund and road and bridge funds once the ARPA funds are fully exhausted. Expenditures have increased from the proposed budget by around 900,000. Approximately 500,000 was due to the lawsuit filed against the county. 250 for new positions for the transition of the election department to the county clerk. Other increases were for health, dental insurance projection updates, including benefits for the new ARPA positions, using grade and step for the emergency responders and road and bridge incentives, and adding $500 back to the training budget for Constable 3. As stated earlier in the budget process, 1 cent of property taxes is approximately 500,000 and changes the fund balance by 1%.
So those are the proposed changes.
Yes.
I have one point.
On a side note, we also went down and adjusted the revenue that we're expected to get from the Earl Garrett building due to the PDO now only going to be having a quarter of the building.
And this included the changes we made this morning.
Yes, and if anything, it's a little high because we'll be moving it from grade 19 down to grade 17. But that's, I want to say it may be somewhere around 4,000 roughly.
I have a question.
This requires an action item.
I'll make a
Yes.
motion that we approve, Kerr County budget for year 2023, 2024.
What about public comment? I think
That's
this
the
is, the hearing happens first, and so we'll have a record vote later. I'm not sure what the agenda
The
items.
agenda says consider discussing appropriate action regarding.
Let me clarify for everybody, because I see people that do want to speak. Item 1.10 is to discuss these proposed changes, and they have to either be adopted or not. Then item 1.11 is the position statement, which is incomplete, position schedule. Then 1.12 is where we take a record vote and adopt the budget. Okay. Then 1.13 is a public hearing, and that is on the tax rate. Then item 1.14 is an action item to adopt the tax rate, and 1.15 is to adopt the tax rate for the Lake Ingram State Road District. Those are the action items that we have. And so
So I guess let me rephrase my motion.
This is on the changes to the budget.
Approve the changes to the proposed budget for
Correct.
2024.
Yes. I'll second that. Any discussion? And this will be the part we'll call.
A question, and Mr. Page doesn't have to answer it. And my question is, you're voting against it. What is your recommend? How do we solve your?
We'd have to have a separate meeting and go back and peel back this budget. I mean, it's just too high.
But where? I mean, we
I
have.
know it's difficult, but.
But I'm saying, I mean.
Time out. I'm the one that's got to submit the statement of budget, and it's got to go to the state by the end of the month. We spent the last 5 months doing this, and we have constantly discussed every step of the way. We don't have 5 months to review the budget. We've got to have the budget to the state by the end of this month. So,
I guess I'm, looking at the big ticket items of the lawsuit. Well, I mean, you've been very much involved in that lawsuit. It's in your precinct.
Sure don't like it.
I mean, none of us like it. The election thing's another 250,000. Well, we don't like that, but
Another half cent.
another half cent there.
That shouldn't happen.
But it did.
and let me clarify so that the public understands. If we do not adopt a budget and a tax rate, then it reverts back to last year. And that means that a lot of people are going to have to be let go. And there will not be a retention and recruiting budget bonus for them.
Sheriff gets nothing.
It will be a true train wreck. Yeah, Stan, you thought you saw a train wreck. We got a big one coming.
Anyway, Mr. Bates, you're certainly free to vote any way you want. I was just curious as to how we can try to solve the problem, because it was, in my mind, better to have a unanimous vote on the budget, but we don't.
Okay, I'm trying to give the commissioners an opportunity to share your observations and we'll call them to speak.
Nobody liked it. I don't like it, Been proud that we haven't lowered the tax rate the last 3 years. We're fortunate we were able to do that. But I've said this numerous times, we're not buying at 2019 prices anymore. And it's kicking our butt. Nobody is. And the administration that we have right now in Washington is killing us. They brought all this on. Look at gas prices in the last 3 years. What's happened?
Last week.
Yeah, exactly. That isn't us causing that. That's up there, Washington. And we're the low man on the totem pole with our unfunded mandates and everything else. And when we hire people, we got to try to keep them. Everybody's talked to the business owners out there that you go in there and it's a revolving door. People have a hard time retaining people. And that's what we're trying to do, because once we lose somebody, you lose all that experience and everything else that goes with it. And you got to start from scratch. And I've had to do it before I got here in the school system. It's tough retraining brand new people. And in that situation, I felt like the students were the ones who suffered. This situation would be the constituents. Because nothing flows as well when you're training new people. And that's part of it. And everybody knew that bond went through, boom, automatic. That's part of it. So, I don't like it. I mean, like I said, I've been proud every year we've been here. The first year you and I were here, I think it was, we kept the same tax rate, and then every year since we've lowered it. And proud to do it, happy to do it. After a while, you know it comes to an end. You gotta go the other direction. And I don't like it. But,
You mean like it's a drought till then?
yeah. So that's where we're at, and that's where I'm at.
Any other comments before?
Well, obviously, I sure don't like it, and I've heard from all kind of constituents in the last week or two, maybe two, I guess. You know, this is an 18% increase in taxes that people are gonna have to pay. There's a lot of people that are gonna really struggle with that, especially some of these younger families. We've got a significant portion of our population that's over 65, so their taxes are frozen, and they're not having to share the pain here. And you know, at some point, we need to revisit that. You know, how long does that go on? People that are voting in bonds, and again, don't have to share the pain of the tax increase that comes with a bond. They're voting that on to other people. So I understand the issue with fixed income folks that are retired, and that's also a problem. Burdening them with higher taxes can be crushing. But here in our county, we have a significant portion of those whose taxes are frozen that are in the higher end of the property valuation cycle. And probably don't need to have taxes frozen, yet they do. And I'll blame them for taking advantage of it, sure. That's another area that we could revisit that would distribute the pain a little bit better. And that's an area of serious concern that I'm just not sure how you go about doing it.
I think it's, at that point, if I can answer that, I think that it's a good point. I think it is important that the public understands that the only taxes that are frozen are their homes. Their other assets are not frozen.
Sure.
And a lot of them have a lot of other assets, or property. I should say it's only the property you get taxed. I think it's a good point, and I believe it's an election that we may be able to call to undo the 6.5 extension.
That will not pass.
Well, but I'm just saying,
you.
that's how you, but I would be in favor, I mean, I'm over 65 and I'd be in favor of it. Because I don't think it's fair to the young. Very
It's not fair.
But I think that that's something that we should explore, and probably with the county attorney, is to how to undo that. I'm sure, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna take a vote, and I can tell you, because I was on the court when we did it, is because we had people telling us that if you don't do it, we're calling for a vote, we're gonna do it over here, so rather than waste money on the election, the court voted to do it. The consequences have been terrible for the county.
But at least the people
Have a
can
say.
speak, have a say. So maybe that is what we should do.
I agree with you on that, totally.
A lot of the same people that are getting that tax break are beefing about this increase. You have been a contributor. When you look in the mirror, don't think it's just us. It's all of us. Everybody together that voted for that, everybody that gets it, you're a participant in the increase. I hate to say it. I would like to see young families stay here. They grow up here, they finish high school, they go off to school, they don't come home. They need jobs here, property's too high. I got two kids that live in my precinct. One of whom has a home that has the values going up, keeps going up, keeps going up. Another one who can't afford to buy a home yet. She's still working on it. I'd like to see my kids stay here and earn a living here and make this a better community. We got people sitting here who have children that are on their way up. We can point blame if you want to. That's fine. I'm a big boy. I can take it too. I've already talked to one commissioner this week that had to talk me down off the ledge. I said I can't, in clear conscience, vote for this. And when you review all the reasons, we have to vote for this. But I'm not alone in any condemnation, because it falls on everybody that voted for that. I campaigned against the tax freeze vociferously, knowing that someday I could cash in on it, and I haven't, because my conscience will not allow me to do it for the sake of my children and y'all's children. So I have to say I'm very irritated about the whole thing, but I'm tired of people blaming just the people sitting up here, or the folks that do the job every day, and all these offices. Oh, they want to raise. They got to buy groceries just like everybody else, and we got to keep them here. The predecessor to Bob Reeves told me that people would call the office over there, DMV office, and recruit. They'd call them while they were at work and say, hey, you know all the stuff. While they were talking to them, getting license plates and stuff, the local car lot, they'd steal them away. We train them, they go someplace else, because they were paying them more money over here. I'm sure it still happens, doesn't it, Bob?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So they call in to get a couple of license plates. By the way, you sound pretty sharp. You want to come to work for me, I'll pay you more money than I'm paying you. That's what Commissioner Harris was talking about with retention. We've got to be able to pay so we're not always training people. Because if you want to stand in a longer line in there, getting your plates and getting your title, we just won't pay them anymore. And we'll always have kids in there that are learning. That's all I got.
Well, I'll just add, I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Harris. A lot of this is a result of the federal overreach and the budgets that are out of control in Washington, D.C., all the money that was printed that's been driving inflation. You know, we're all paying a huge price for that. And that's a big part of the impact on our budget, which I accept. I can't come up with any real solutions on what to do there. I do think that we got a little bit carried away. I fully support our Sheriff's Department and Road and Bridge, and they're providing critical services that our citizens expect from us. Frankly, I think, again, we got just a little bit carried away with all of the increases. We needed to do something. I would prefer to do a little bit less. And perhaps we could have still had a significant impact on keeping people, and look at it again next year. I mean, the problem is every time we do this, you know, it's built into next year, and then you got to do something on top of that. All the benefits and so forth are multiplying.
And before we hear from the public, I've got 2 applications to speak. Let me just remind you that we started working on the budget. I started working on the budget in April, and we got our draft budget out in May. And so for the last 5 months, we have been working on this. And the initial budget that I submitted for consideration last mid-May, I think when I submitted it, was a no new tax revenue budget. And we've been spent 5 months, and you've heard me remind you time and time again, I didn't like the way we were going, but here we are. And the one thing that I would remind the public is the 5 of us have a fiduciary obligation to run the county government. And to do that, we have to have the adequate employees to be able to do it. And I can tell you that anybody that started work at the county in grade 15 will not be able to purchase a home in Kerr County. I can tell you that, because we don't have the affordable housing. So we're in a catch-22 here. We got to do the best we can, protect the taxpayers as best we can, run the government for the people as best we can. And you got to remember that we're the entire legal system for the county. I mean, unless it's got a traffic ticket, you go to municipal court, we do it all. The clerks, and people don't understand how important what the clerks do, and what HR has to do. And seriously, we got to run this thing, and this is very difficult to do. So, all I can say is, at the end of the day, we can blame Washington all we want, but we're the ones that have to run the government here. So, I got both of these at the same time. I don't know who's first. Y'all can decide who goes first or who goes second. Maria Hammerline.
Hello, my name is Maria Hammerline, and I live in Kerr County. I just wanted to, after hearing everything, there's a couple of pieces missing. One of those is, there are, people who have their property taxes frozen. But there are those, you know, if you move and you're over 65, let's say you move from Harris County, and you move here, well, you're gonna have that, well, not, you've gotta wait 12 months, but then your taxes are frozen, but they're frozen at a higher rate. So don't think that there are people that are getting away with murder, because they are not. They are paying way more than they would have paid even in Harris County, God forbid. So just keep that, you know, in your crosshairs. We pay, the judge says that he doesn't think we understand what the clerks do. I work for the district clerk, Harris County district clerk. I work for the Harris County clerk. I worked elections, I volunteered. A lot of us do. So we understand the pain, we understand, court system. We were born at night, but not last night. So with that being said, from what I have seen, I believe that if there was, responsibility in one, say, in the county tax assessor collector's office, well, that should have been budgeted. And in my eyes, that should move over to where it's going to be housed, should it not? So why are we so upside down? There should be some, you move people. I never had a say in what was being done to me. So yes, I have empathy, but I'm also paying tens of thousands of dollars in taxes. So my empathy stops at a certain point. Now the other thing is that I am a Republican precinct chair, so my responsibility is to be out there talking to people. Well, let me tell you, I was at the gun show yesterday. There are people who are fed up. There are people who wanted to be here, and they paid way more than they really should be paying. And they're really sweating it now. And, sadly, I had to tell them, hey, it's going up, just so you know. Now, a lot of us, we did say, don't put that on the ballot. Let's not go there. So, I love dogs. I do my part. I give. I'm very involved. But there's going to be some dogs that are going to have priority before I will. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hammerlin. Ms. Hall?
Good morning, Terry Hall, speaking on behalf of We the People, Liberty in Action, but also I just want to emphasize today, I live on Independence Land County, that I'm here to speak on behalf of so many of the working class and middle class families that are at work right now, that cannot be here to come speak to you about the impact that this tax increase is going to have on their lives. But I thought I would just read to you from an article that I found very interesting by Jeffrey Tucker, who's with the Von Mises Institute, about the state we're in. What do you spend money on month to month? It's rent or your mortgage, food at home or out, utilities and gas. Those are the basic categories. Look at the government numbers on what you actually purchase. The items and services you consume that dominate part of your income. Stretch it back 3 years. Everything's going up and up and up and has been for 3 years. Looking at the items on which you actually spend money, we find increases between 18% and 22%, not this 8% they try and blow into our ears in the media. We say on average, to average it out, it's a 20% increase. Now look at real disposable income. That result of the increase is a pathetic 3% compared to 3 years ago. So your income demands are up 20%, whereas your leftover cash is barely up at all. That's essentially a disaster for everyone's standard of living. In short, you've been robbed. Now let's compare this to what everyone recognizes as the great inflationary disaster of the post-war period known as the Carter years, 1978 to 1982. These were the times when the Fed and the government pillaged the public, drained away the value of savings and capital, and forced a complete reorganization of family life. At the end of this period, the average American household went from living off one income to get the American dream to having 2-income household. That happened in 1985. Now, after that, households have had 2 incomes and lived well on 2 incomes instead of 1. How do our times compare to then? Well, in the last 3 years, we've seen the value of the dollar fall 20% in terms of what you actually spend money on, while income has barely gone up at all. And during the great disaster of 43 years ago, this exact same phenomenon occurred over 2 years rather than 3 like we are. It's only valuable to our ruling class masters in terms of the extent to which the public complains, which is what we're here doing today. The great inflation fundamentally changed life in America, and we were never the same economically or culturally. So I'm asking you, it's talking about how it's demoralization of the public, we have ill health, lack of ambition, substance abuse, widespread despair. How can this be turned around? And it talks about massive changes in the public administration, the likes of which we've never seen, to reduce the tax burden on your constituents. This has to be turned around. What do you do when you have 2 parents that are already tapped out? We're going to send our kids to work? They can't even afford car insurance or putting gas in the car to even go work a minimum wage job at this point. Who's going to pick up the extra slack? What are we going to do with this economic crisis? And this is laid at your feet. I understand that a lot of this is out of your control, but you can control your budget and what our tax rate is, and we're begging you to lower it, please. No new revenue budget.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Any other discussion?
Judge Kelly, I'm sorry, I actually signed up for 1.12, but I think my comments might be more appropriate here, if I might.
Is Nikki Kane?
Yes.
Okay. Karen?
Is that okay?
Kane, how you say it?
Keynes.
Keynes.
Yes, sir.
Just like the Aussies did.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, gentlemen, for acknowledging 9/11. It was a moment in time that my husband and I lived through while we were in the D.C. area. And as Commissioner Harris said, everything that happens in D.C. nationally seems to roll downhill toward us. And here we are facing the same thing. We have residents here in Kerr County that last year was also hit with a 19% increase from the city. And Commissioner Ballou, I agree with you. The voters have to get off their duffers and educate themselves as to what they're voting for. I, for one, like Ms. Hammerline said, I love animals as well, but there are certain things that I believe should be funded privately and not on the voters' back. I don't know where you will make cuts. I have been praying James chapter 3 where it says, where does wise counsel come from? And it says the Bible, which is the Word of God, prayer, and speaking to people who are wise and have gone through it before. I don't envy you this, but as Ms. Hall said as well, the taxpayers here are overwhelmed, and I believe at some point it's either going to be a playground for the rich or it's going to be a ghost town, because companies, businesses around here are always looking for help. It is a revolving door everywhere, and I don't know how that's solved, but I applaud you, and I pray that you make the right decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Keynes.
Nikki, this isn't an original thought, but maybe try to clean up Washington. That a lot of people have suggested election day be April 15th.
Exactly. That'd be good.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Are you
Is this
Russell?
on the, yeah,
So this is on the proposed changes to the proposed budget?
so later?
Correct.
Unless you feel like it's more appropriate now.
No, I just, I felt like the,
Just a minute. This is Mr. Russell Mobley.
Russell Mobley, yes, I live at 1041 Roanoke. I just moved here from New Jersey. My property taxes are gonna be about $350 away from what I paid there for a house there and a house here. So it's a very high tax state, as you know. But I was looking at, you know, if the taxes keep increasing here, will I have to either go back to work as a retired person, or will I have to will I, to continue working as a retired person, or will I have to move out of my house? Will I be just forced out? I heard some figures of 500,000 for other charges, 500,000, which is $500,000. You know, it's not play money to most people. And then I heard a 5% increase for employees. Now, I'm not against employees getting an increase, but myself, I worked in the aerospace industry for 40 years, never saw a 5% increase. Never, ever, ever saw a 5% increase. I saw 3.5 at the most, and most of the time it was 2.5 when times were bad. When times got rough for the company, that's what we had to do. Corporate wouldn't accept that, because you have all these subsidiaries working for corporate, and they could not report that back to them. They would be ashamed to do it. So, you know, that's all I have to say about that. I'm against new taxes, and I don't know how I'm going to continue to pay them. I saw when I moved into my house, they reappraised it, drove it up $42,000, which is a 13% increase. You keep compounding that in 10 years, the $364,000 house will be worth $1.41 million. If you continue to do that, you just can't. I can't do it. I mean, so I'll have to make some tough choices, probably within the 5-year mark. You know, either to move out or do something drastic. But I love this town. When I came here like 10 years in a row on vacation. I'd always come to Kerrville. Beautiful town, gorgeous place to live, nice people here. I'm just hoping that I can stay here. That's all I wanted to say.
How do you spell your last name?
Mobley.
Okay, time to vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? 4-1. On 1.11, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to adopt the updated position schedule in the Senate Court Order number 40178. Mr. Lundas.
Well, Miscellaneous handled that, and I'll make a couple of comments. For better or worse, I got more involved in the position schedule last week, as did Jody, Noel, and whole staff of HR. And I'll be putting on our agenda about October, first meeting in October, to appoint a committee to come up with a new payroll for second grade position schedule. What we have now is cumbersome, archaic, inaccurate. And I say inaccurate because it's all based on the step, and the steps are really not a true 2.5% off the base. They're off of the previous year, which means that people that are way out on the step are getting a different percentage, usually higher than someone further back from the very beginning of the step. But anyway, the system is really bad. And it's been this way. In fact, I saw Cindy this morning, and I said, when did we adopt this system? Because she used to be in the HR department. And she said it was there as long as I can remember. So we had a system that probably wasn't all that good, and we have made it worse and worse, and it all came to a head in my mind this year, partially because of ARPA. That added complications to it, definitely. SB 22 added more complications, but it is just an extremely difficult system to work with. And we've had a lot of iterations trying to get to this. I don't know if this is an accurate one or one, the final one. I don't think it is, but I'll turn it over to Rosa.
So after yesterday's review, me and my staff and I stayed here late last night. We left about 10 o'clock last night. And to make the changes, so we turned it over this morning to the auditor's office for review. So what you have has not been reviewed by the auditor.
And the reason, I mean, let's go back. The reason this is so important is that, one, it creates our salaries, our budget. It's also has to get input into the treasurer's office for payroll, which is right around the corner. And we sit up here, and I'm just gonna go over the ARPA funds a little bit, and it's, you know, I'm still baffled as to why it's not right, but we sit up here and let people, like Jackie has some people that are paid out of one fund, and others paid out of a dedicated fund, and now we have ARPA, and ARPA is different for different entities, and you know, how it's done. Well, there's a different line item for every one of those things. So there are some people in the sheriff's department, for example, probably the worst. They could have their payroll each 2-week period is coming out of 4 or 5 different accounts. Definitely 4. Three accounts. And you know, some of the others, I don't know if Jackie had one in this category, but it could come out of 2. And everyone's different. And you have to go out. We say, oh, we're giving a 5% raise. Well, our step raise system isn't set up by 5%. So someone might be actually getting a 4.8%. Someone might be getting a 5.2%. You know, just because of the schedule we've been using for years, and the point is just got to be changed. So, Tanya, what do we do at this point? Do you think, or would be my question? Just pass, adopt?
Well, let me weigh in.
Okay.
The position let me say, first of all, I need to correct something I said earlier. We're not required by law to attach the position schedule. We can, we traditionally have. We like to have a position schedule that has been reviewed by the auditor and everybody's in agreement that we're good to go. The problem with the position statement is an allocation nightmare. Truly an allocation nightmare. You got to allocate ARPA so much, this fund so much, that fund so much, and you got to do it per employee, and we've got 350 employees, ballpark. And I can tell you that for the last 3 weeks, I've been on the warpath. And I have visited with Mr. Landis personally, I have visited with Shelton personally, we visited personally about it, and Jody has listened to the whole thing, whether she wanted to or not. And I got to tell you, the offices, the auditor's office, the HR office, and we even got Tracy into it in the treasurer's office. And the county attorney's been in this thing also. We've been up to our eyeballs in it. And everybody has worked their tail off. I can't tell you how many weekends over the last, I'm going to say the last 2 months for sure, but probably 3 months, that I've seen people from the auditor's office up here on the weekend and late at night. And for the last 3 weeks, it's been nonstop for HR and auditor. I can tell you that. And we still don't have it reconciled. So while we usually attach the position statement, we're going to have this one reconciled after we adopt the budget, because we couldn't get it done in time, and it's just redoing things. And you figure out you've included something that you shouldn't have included, or you didn't apply the correct allocation amount. And a lot of it has to do with the grades and the steps, because we can only increase if we increase it by a grade or a step. We don't have salary ranges, which is what I want to go to. And I think that's what you want to go to. I think we've all learned our lesson. That's where we'd like to be. But this is finishing up an archaic system. Next year's budget hopefully will be with salary ranges rather than a position schedule like this.
But that will come with the challenges of the handoff.
Of course.
And
Of
the
course.
transition, and that's going to be another tough year because of that.
But yeah.
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean, if you think this is complicated and tedious, then you're putting actual dollar amounts on it and changing it all and putting ceilings on positions and so on. It's going to be just as difficult.
I think once the difference is you're 100% right to create the new system is gonna be tedious and difficult. And some employees, you know, may not be happy, some may be happy, you know, let's leave it at that. The benefit will be, when we say a 5% increase, it's 5% and it's just done. Now, it's not 5%, you gotta go two steps down the ladder, and those percentages, because of the way they've been calculated for years, are a problem. How it started this way, I have no idea. I asked the auditor, I said, well, what if we go back and base it off of base pay like it should be, the increases? I think the auditor ran a quick check on that, and we'd have a number of employees that would be making substantially less money. And because it's just the way it works, it's compounded as it's the same thing as compound interest. The further out you go, if you compound year for year for year. So anyway, and I'd be glad to, if anyone really wants to go into my lack of understanding of it, or understanding, I'd be glad to visit with you one-on-one, or talk to Tanya or Rosa, or the judge.
But the bottom line is we're not in a position today, we're not in a place today where we can adopt the position schedule. And so we don't have an action item here today because there's nothing that we can do. We've got to adopt a budget based upon the best guesstimate we've got right here. But we're gonna have to get it verified probably through a third party.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you may want to rescind the court order that's listed in that item, since it was an incorrect position schedule at that time.
Okay, you're right.
That's one.
No, okay. Did we have it here?
Yeah, it's
40178. So I'll move that we rescind court order 40178.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, any discussion?
Hold on a second. Do we also need to rescind 40177, which is the step and grade schedule, or the step and grade schedule? Okay.
That one's good.
That's
It
okay.
was okay? Okay, so it's just 40178. Okay.
So we've got a motion and a second to rescind court order 40178. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Now, record vote. This is a 9:45 timed item, we're running late. This is 1.12. Consider discussing take appropriate action to adopt the FY 2023-2024 Kerr County budget and take a record vote. And we've got we need to have a motion and a second before we open up to the public on this, Mr. Rich. Give me just a minute. Just wait a minute, please. Okay. Ms. Shelton?
So we'll need to take a record vote in order to pass the budget as it was changed and was presented to you earlier today.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the FY 2023-2024 Kerr County budget as presented.
I'll second it. We've got a motion and a second. Now we can start the discussion.
And that's a very unhappy vote.
Yeah.
Well,
It's motion.
we're all discussing. Okay, Mr. Fitch?
Good morning, gentlemen. Bill Fitch, and I am from the city. I was reading something a couple of days ago and saw where the state, and it turns out, thank you, Don, for showing me, it was SB 22, where we were going to give money for the sheriff's office depending on the size of the population of the county. And if I read our population correctly, we get $500,000 for that. And that was great. I was excited. Also, by the way, thank you, Don, for responding, and thank you, Judge, for responding. But the thing that caught my attention was that when Judge Kelly wrote back, you said that it was already in the budget, which is great, until I started thinking about next year. And I'm sorry, I know we're working on this year, but that's going to be unfunded for the next year, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, no.
Oh.
Yeah, it continues.
First of all, I just got back from the legislative update in Austin before that. Okay. And listen, I talked to a number of the elected representatives there, and this Senate Bill 22 is for it's biennium for 2 years. So we got it this year and next year. But the intent is every biennium for the legislature to incorporate this. This is intended to be a permanent addition to funding, streams of funding for the county, for the sheriff's office and for the prosecutor's office. So I've been assured by people at the highest levels that this is something that we can count on,
Good.
which is very rare and very much appreciated.
Well, very good then, thank you. for that.
And the sheriff did grant permission for us to include that in the budget. So that's already been folded in, to try to reduce the burden on taxpayers.
Okay. And the only other thing, again, is just, I feel bad for these folks who could be losing their homes as a result of this, but I also feel bad for what you all have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
I think that what Mr. Fitch was talking about is that we're gonna have to continue to pay people at the same level, and we were worried we're gonna have to have any increases in taxes year after year after year.
That was my concern.
And I share your concern.
We all talked about that up here, the possibility of that.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I'll just say that, I know I've been opposed to the budgets that's presented, but I do appreciate, there's only so much we could do. So what would it take for me to approve the budget? I would just ask that we find a way to reduce it by 2%. It's 2%, that's $1.2 million. And I'd go along with it. But, we have to do something. We have to make some effort. And I don't know if you can do that just across the boards, every budget line, 2%. Does it matter?
I don't think, can you do it across the board? Yes. At this point, no. I think it'd be, because there's certain line items that, we have to be responsible and be able to fund the budget, and making an arbitrary cut like that.
There's always money that we don't spend too.
The other,
aware of that. So.
the option, and I don't know if this might be too late, is to take it out of reserves, and that's risky, especially looking next year. That's that. As I look at it, in terms of taking it out of reserves is the only way you can do it.
Well, they said that when we were going into COVID, and it didn't hurt us a bit. Nobody suffered. We actually did.
We didn't know, it was an unknown, it worked out.
Taking that out of reserve.
Well, we weren't sure going into COVID what was gonna happen. There was some concern that we were gonna lose revenue, and we did not lose any revenue.
Well, in all fairness, I think your inquiry is appropriate. I think it's important that the public understand, and I think you've had baptism by fire this year, learning budget. We did, and we came.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Wasn't any playbook.
Budget season lasts about 5 months. And we can't schedule anything else in my household until budget season is over, because this is the #1 priority until we get it done. And I do intend to go out of town next week. It's just for what it's worth. But these changes that you want to make, and I'm talking to the public as well as just sharing this morning, you want to make the changes. We have to start that process early, and we can't wait till the record vote day. That's not when we do it. That's just not the way county government works. And so if you're going to go in with the scalpel and start trying to carve out things that you can reduce in the budget, that takes place in June and July, particularly July is when we're doing all that.
Yeah, but you don't look at your reserves until you know what your final figure is.
That's true. Yeah. Well, I watch it all the time.
But when you see this is not a good budget, that it's too much of an increase, that's when you say, where can we get more money, which is what Commissioner Pace has just brought up.
All I'm going to say to Judge Kelly, I remember your comments on July 17th, and you were not happy.
I'm still not happy.
Well, I know, but nor am I, and that's the point. Somehow we got comfortable, and the budget only went up from there.
And I fussed and nobody listened. But
things happened also
but there's something we just have to do.
Something happened that we were totally unexpected for until the lawsuit issue. I think that's a lot of money to pay. But long term, it's a good decision in my mind. I mean, short term, it's costing a lot of money, but, you know, as long as we win, it's a good decision long term.
And that's not something we went into willingly
Yes,
or
sir.
knowing what it's gonna cost or whether the other party's gonna back down, but it was for the protection of people in Kerr County.
We did the right thing.
Sir?
We did the right thing.
We did the right thing, I believe we did.
But,
Just gotta fight it, prove it in court.
Well-
that's that $500,000 that went in there, is to try to pay for the attorneys on that lawsuit.
Could I request, I don't know if you had it sounds like
Can you
you're,
go to the podium, please?
okay. It sounds like you're in the 11th hour here, and it sounds like an entrenched position. Was there a meeting when you came up with your initial goals? Like, 1 month in, instead of going 5 months into a 6-month thing where you have a 1-month deadline to submit to the state? Is there some way that you could have a public hearing where,
Let me tell you what the calendar is.
okay,
Real simple. I submitted my proposed budget. County judge had his chief budget officer in the county. And I submitted my proposed budget at the second Monday of May. That's what I did. I didn't do it I tried to do it at the end of April, but I couldn't get it done. So I got it out by mid-May. And it was done in open court, right here, just like we are
Okay.
today.
so there was a meeting?
And then what happens is, that is opened up, my proposed budget is opened up to all of the elected officials and the department heads. And they get to start looking at what I put in there for them.
Well, I stand corrected. That's all I'm.
I'm gonna give you the
No,
calendar.
that-
People
everybody
need
needs
to
to
know
know.
it's a calendar. And they get their proposals back by, and we get a chance to look at them by about the second Tuesday of June. And so then we scheduled the workshops, and we had 3 full-day workshops in the month of July, a week or 2 apart, where we went through this very thing. And you remember, I was fussing. And that's when the real tough decisions are made. By the time you get into August, we've got a preliminary budget together. And then by the time you get to September, this truly is 11th hour. That is the schedule. So May to September.
One thing,
I didn't know about the previous meeting.
one other thing
Good point.
that's interesting or important is that we don't get the final appraisal numbers, which really dictate, revenue coming in, the revenue side, until basically July 31st.
Right.
So, we're doing the expenditure side over here, and then at the last minute, we get the revenue side coming in from the certified, the treasurer will certify. And then we're still working on other revenue sources such as sales tax, trying to get projections and other things. So, well, it's not the odd way to do the budget. I've learned is that because you're doing all the expenditures, then you get the revenue side over here, and you try to make it mesh, and then you start pushing up against the 11th hour.
If I may just say something more. The public was not allowed to comment on it until 2 weeks ago. That was the first chance the public could ever make one word publicly on the budget, and that's in the 11th hour. During the budget workshops, the public is not allowed to speak, give our opinion, and frankly, when I attend those or watch them online, we don't know what's in front of you. We can't see what you're seeing. We don't have the line items. We don't have the budget to even comment on. Until 2 weeks ago was the first chance we had that. And frankly, it's almost impossible to find it on your website or to get a hold of it. So I think that you're setting up the public for failure, because how are we supposed to comment on something we can't see and that we can't say a word about until the open public hearing, which is 2 weeks before you make the final decision. So I don't think that that's a fair way to do the process.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure that's accurate. My proposed budget goes up on the website in May.
I couldn't find it.
We go public in May.
I couldn't find it. I'm pretty adept at public websites.
You give it to Ms. Walter, see if I can find it.
But I couldn't comment on it until 2 weeks ago.
But the workshops and everything are videoed just like this Commissioner's Court. And we bring different people in, just like I'll use the VFDs as an example. My gosh, we're not mandated to fund them, but we feel like they're an extension of the county and they do a heck of a job, and they're hurting too. And thank God we have them right now, the way things are out there. Chris can be, whole county can go up. flags.
Let's get back on track here. We've got a record vote. Any other discussion? Appreciate it.
Well, it was brought up, taking money out of reserve. Are you, well, are you making some kind of motion? I want to know where that's going.
I don't know how
Well,
you.
we've got a motion on the floor right now.
Well, I just want to know what his intentions are. What do you, if you're proposing
Well,
something?
I was proposing if we could lower the budget by $1.2 million, I'd go for it.
I guess the
So
question
it doesn't
is,
matter how you do that. You suggested lowering the reserve. I'd make a motion to lower the reserve.
Well, see, I've never heard this come up in a budget discussion at all. And if you have a specific dollar amount or application for it, where you're gonna apply it, I don't know that I've ever known that we put it in our budget discussion.
Your fund balance with the 43 cents, at the end of the year, the percent of expenditures and fund balance will be 25.87. 500,000 is approximately 1%. So you're gonna be going down less than what the standard is.
It'd be 2.5%.
If you do that. And also, you've got to start building your fund balance right now, because you've got 1.3 million currently that is being paid by ARPA. That they weren't given as stipends, so
Yeah.
that is going to have to be absorbed by your funds, and you've got 2 years, possibly 3 years, to build that fund balance in order for those salaries to not be affected, or other salaries.
To replace the ARPA fund.
would, and I'm not advocating this, but the mechanism to do, Mr. Pace is bringing it, if, or any of the commissioner wants to, if you wanted to lower the budget a little bit, really what you do, you change the tax rate. You adopt the budget and you do a tax rate at 42.5.
Right.
And which would, it's gonna impact, it's gonna make the budget, the revenue number's wrong on the budget, but the budget's still there.
But the funds come out of the.
Well, the difference, I mean, every year.
If we needed it.
Yeah. The bottom line is, at the end of the year, we either have a big, we never know what the deficit's gonna be, or our fund balance is gonna be until the end of the year. So it could be the same, could be much higher, could be much lower than we're projecting.
And it always, we never at full employment, we always see something at the end of the year with that. That's part of it.
We should make
That's
an
just
effort
one
not to have full
example.
employment.
Well, we might do better this year because there's more money in the budget for payroll.
But from a mechanism standpoint, I think my understanding would be that's how the only way to do it at this point, because we can't redo the budget, we just don't have time.
Right.
But that's, the budget's the budget. It's where you set the tax rate, is where the change could be made.
Now, that still benefits the citizens instead of being 18%. If it's 16%, that's something.
You didn't make anybody happy saying that.
No,
And that's just the reality of it.
but exactly.
If you tell somebody it's gonna be 18%, but it's an increase, they just wanna hear no increase.
Well, I realize that, and I can't get there.
No, we can't get there, that's,
And I'm trying to make the public aware that I don't have ideas to get us.
yeah, I know.
But I do think if we all try to tighten the belt a little bit, at least
Ever lived that time?
cutting the budget to roughly 2%, or in this case, just cutting the tax rate so that the taxpayers see that benefit.
And I'm not sure what I said can be done. That's just how my mind works.
I appreciate you thinking out of the box. I mean, I think we need to do a lot more of this.
The judge, you were the one that was so adamantly opposed to this.
No.
Big increases, what do you think about that idea?
I'm worried about the malpractice.
Well, that's what I was thinking about, you got to
Just
turn in.
malfeasance. We see what we've got to spend to run the government. And, a lot of these expenses we didn't anticipate, I didn't include them in my draft budget. I didn't realize that it was gonna be that difficult to be able to recruit and retain our sheriff's deputies.
Well, we got hit with something else today, 34 more employees.
No kidding. And that's unintended
That's not small.
consequences.
So,
I recommend we vote on we approve the budget, because we really can't change it, I mean, vote against it.
Well, it's just a matter of how you pay for it.
Well, we're gonna move on to the tax rate here next. So I'm calling for a record vote on the budget for FY 23-24. Precinct number 1.
Yes.
Precinct number 2. Precinct number 3.
Yes.
Precinct 4.
Yes.
And I vote yes. 4-1. Thank you. Item 1.13 is a public hearing. Meeting a public hearing to discuss the proposed tax rate for Kerr County lateral roads. Before, please, point of personal privilege. We have our newly retired district judge leaving the courtroom right now. The record to reflect that he is well tanned and relaxed.
Thank you for what y'all are doing.
Let's just keep moving. Okay, Mr. Reeves.
Are we on 1.13 or 1.14?
1.3.
Public hearing.
Public hearing?
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay.
It's public hearing. Don't go far. Does anybody want to appear at the public hearing? Okay, then I'll adjourn the public hearing and move on to 1.14, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to adopt the 2023 tax rate for the Kerr County lateral roads. Mr. Reeves.
Yes, gentlemen, before I begin, the language to adopt a tax rate is very specific. If you anticipate you may change it, I would suggest a short recess. And I don't know how we're going to do this, Ms. County Attorney, but if you're going to vote to adopt something lower than what you proposed, some way I need to know without violating open meetings how to write the order, because it's very specific.
Well, now you've got the draft orders, right?
I've got the draft order for the proposed rate, yes, sir.
Well, why don't you present that and let's see what happens.
There's one for you and one for each member. On August 28th of this year, the court, by a vote of 4-1-0, proposed a tax rate for the 2023 tax year of 43 cents per $100 valuation. This represents a rate which is higher than the no new revenue tax rate for Kerr County's general fund and the lateral roads fund, but it is lower than the voter approval rate. This rate is a combined rate, being broken down as 35.56 cents per $100 valuation for maintenance and operations. The interest and sinking fund is 5.18 cents per $100. That valuation in the lateral road fund is 2.26 cents per $100 valuation. The notice of the proposed tax rate was published in the local newspaper in accordance with property tax code, as well as on the pertinent website postings. I have attached a copy and passed up to you for your, should you so desire to adopt this rate, and it will require a record vote. I will point out in the motion, the last sentence about $100,000 home. That's not the number Bob came up with. That is one they say to use by state law. There's not many $100,000 homes left.
Okay. I move that the property tax be increased for the 2023 tax year by the adoption of a tax rate of 43 cents per 100 valuation. The rate consists of 35.56 cents per 100 valuation for the maintenance and operations, and 5.18 cents per 100 valuation for the debt, and 2.26 per 100 valuation for the lateral roads, which is effectively an 18.3% increase in the tax rate. This tax rate will raise taxes for maintenance and operations more than last year's rate. The tax rate for maintenance and operations will effectively be raised by 15.45% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $48. That's the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Floor is open for discussion.
And I want to do that second with it. I second it because I would like to go with a little bit lower rate, but I also think that because we're depending on a lot of ARPA funding, and that funding will dry up, I think that the risk to the taxpayers is not worth the lower. Because I think that next year we are going to be compounding the payroll issues, which is a big part of it.
Any other discussion?
I never wanted ARPA money in this county.
That's right.
Saving our victim.
Well, maybe.
And
That's yet to be seen.
it just kind of burned.
Yeah.
I didn't either, but we're so pregnant.
But it's too late to cry for that.
The little stuff, once we approve the 7 million.
This whole month has been like wearing a shoe that doesn't fit. It's been a miserable.
Bob, is this a record vote?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Bob, is your 18.3% increase in the tax rate or just in taxes assessed?
It's in the adopted rate would be 18.3% above the no new revenue rate.
Okay, I agree with that.
With
The
not,
no
not,
revenue rate.
last year's rate
Not
is,
compared to last year's.
last year's rate is gone at this point, Commissioner.
Well, and to refresh everybody's recollection, the effective rate this past year was 40.4051%, right?
I believe that's correct, isn't it?
That was the rate.
I've looked at too many rates lately.
No, it was 40 and a half cents, okay, per hundred. It was 51 and a half when I came on the court, when Don and I came on the court. The no new tax revenue rate for this year, this coming year, is 0.3636. Because that's what we've been reducing. We've gotten it down to 40 cents, 40 and a half. And this takes us up to 43. Any other discussion? Okay.
My point was just, when you're talking about taxes versus tax rate, from last year's tax rate, it's only a 6% increase. We're having the benefit of having much higher appraised value, which is why the taxes are going up on average by 18.3.
And I always like to remind people, we don't have control over the appraised value. That's the appraisal. Okay, record vote. Precinct 1.
Yes.
Precinct 2.
Well, since we approved the budget, I feel I kind of have to approve this. So I'm actually going to pull in and say yes.
Precinct 3.
Yes.
Precinct 4.
Yes.
And I vote yes, unanimous. Next issue on the agenda is item 1.15, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to adopt the 2023 tax rate for Lake Ingram Estates Road District. Mr. Reeves.
Yes, gentlemen, on August 28th, the court unanimously approved a tax rate for the Lake Ingram Estates Road District being 11.51 cents per $100 valuation for the 2023 tax year. Notice that this public meeting was published in the local newspaper in accordance with the requirements of the Texas Property Tax Code. In addition, in accordance with the code, the appropriate postings were placed on the website and the internet. I've passed out a copy of how the motion to adopt the tax rate should be read into to the record. This should also be a roll call voice vote, please.
I move to adopt the Lake Ingram Estates Road District tax rate of 0.1151 per $100 valuation for the 2023 tax year. The entire tax rate will be dedicated to the interest and sinking fund.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll call for, this is a record vote?
Yes, sir.
Record vote, precinct 1,
Yes.
precinct 2,
Yes.
precinct 3,
Yes.
precinct 4,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes, unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We'll take a break.
Let's take about a 5-minute break. I'm just to inform everyone that Commissioner Letts and I have an appointment we have to make at 12, so, and we'll be back for the 1 o'clock hearing. So Harley, you will be the senior member of the court and preside in our absence. What we don't finish before 1 o'clock,
Okay.
if everybody wants to just take a break at 12, we can do that, but the unfinished business on this agenda will have to be completed after the 1 o'clock time back.
Maybe it'll get.
Item 1.16, consider discuss and take appropriate action to report to authorize the county judge to execute an amendment number 13 to the professional services agreement between Kerr County and Tetra Tech in the amount of $260,256, funded under the Texas Water Development Board project number 10366 for additional services related to design, construction, and inspection of the East Kerr County Center Point wastewater collection project. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. Phase 2 and Phase 3 of construction of the East Kerr Center Point wastewater collection project are still underway. The construction contractor, Kerr Construction, is overdue by more than 260 days on Phase 2 construction and over 415 days on Phase 3 construction. Tetra Tech has continued to work with the project team to further the completion of the project. However, the delays in completion by the contractor have extended the services being provided by Tetra Tech for construction engineering and for construction inspection. The projected date for completion of construction is mid-November of this year. Therefore, Tetra Tech proposes to continue construction engineering and construction inspection services under the proposed contract amendment number 13 that is before you. The project construction is being inspected by KCI under contract with Tetra Tech, acting as the resident project representative, the RPR. Tetra Tech proposes to extend RPR services to cover the remaining project construction schedule. The presence of the RPR on site has provided quality assurance for the project construction, reduced change orders, and provided better communication and coordination between all parties involved. There is a scope of services attached in the price proposal for more details. The project is funded by various fund issuances through the Texas Water Development Board, project number 10366. There are sufficient funds remaining to cover the additional fees included in this Amendment 13. These funds are included in the following Texas Water Development Board funds: the CWSRF Loan Fund L1000484, the CWSRF Loan Forgiveness Fund LF1000748, EDAP Grant Fund G100435, and EDAP Grant Fund G100904. There are other funds with remaining funds available, but these funds contain sufficient remaining funds earmarked for engineering and inspection services to provide for this amendment. Don Berger with Tetra Tech is here if you have any further questions.
Always good to see you here.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Not something we want to do, but we definitely, with this contractor, in my mind, need to keep the inspection of the engineering firm here. It's not their fault, so I make a motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second to approve the contract amendment as proposed. And I agree, this is something that we need to do. And it is grant money, so the money's there, let's do it. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.17, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the proposed 23-24 engineering department fee schedule. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. The 2022-23 Kerr County Engineering Department fee schedule was adopted in 2022 by court order number 39574 and was based on a comparison of the following counties: Kerr, Bandera, Kendall, Chambers, Medina, Atascosa, Wilson, Williamson, Guadalupe, Comal, and Hayes. The 2023-24 Engineering Department fee schedule is proposed with no changes from the previous year for the court's approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve adopting the engineering fee schedules as presented. And we adjusted all these last year, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So we're current.
We're good.
Yes, sir.
And they received well?
It has been. It really hasn't been an issue all year.
Good.
We've got a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes? Unanimous? Thank you. Item 1.18, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set a date and time for a water availability workshop. Charlie, I know you wanted to do this week, but I'm just covered up. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, and that's understandable. I got with Jody and we were looking at some days in October. Jody, was it October the 11th that we were targeting? Or
think that's what it was, the 11th at 10 a.m. 10 a.m.
I've reached out to
Is that what I said? I
Headwaters.
sent y'all a text.
We'll let them know the day and time that you set.
What day are we talking about again? 11. Charlie, what do you
That's a
want to see?
Wednesday.
Hoping to do in this availability workshop.
What we'd really like to do is to hear from one of the professionals in this field, Kaveh Korzad. He works, he does water availability studies all over the state of Texas. And he's also a consultant for Headwaters. And so he's renowned in the industry. I've talked to him several times about the interpretation of state law about water availability, and he's let me know that how best to interpret it, in my opinion. And I'd really like to hear from him, but like for the court, I'd like for the county surveyor to be there, and for Headwaters, and for all of us collectively, and any other surveyors that are in town or engineers that are local ones. Let's come and let's have a good workshop where we can ask all the right questions and see how are we supposed to be interpreting these rules and regulations, the ones that are in our model subdivision rules, the ones that are in our regular rules. What are we supposed to require? Because we're going to continue to come to the court with case by case folks that should they really be doing a water availability study? There's a water provider right here, but our rules say, and I think we need help with that interpretation so the court can have confidence on those case by case basis. There will be times where you say, yep, you really do have to do one. And there will be times when you say, no, it's ridiculous. You don't need to do one. We'd like for you to have confidence when we bring those case by case.
The more educated we are, the better decisions
Yes.
we're going to make.
I think it's excellent idea.
I move that we have a water availability workshop for October 11th at 10 a.m.
We have a motion and a second for the water availability study as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 1.19, consider discuss take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on October 23, 2023 for a revision of plat for Kerrville Country Estates, Section 2, lots 35A and 35B. Charlie.
This proposal revises and recombines a lot that was previously subdivided into two lots. It will combine lot 35A and 35B. Both of those are 5.002 acres each, returning them to a single lot. Lot 35R will be 10.004 acres with road frontage on Kerrville Country Drive and Solar Hill. These lots are located in Kerrville's ETJ. Before, they have a rule, if you're over 5 acres, you don't have to plat through them. This is going to be 10 acres now, and it wasn't an issue last time. We don't expect it will be an issue this time. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on October 23rd, 2023 for a revision of plat for Kerrville Country Estates, Section 2, lots 35A and 35B, plat file number 22-08493, precinct 1.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the public hearing as requested for Kerrville Country Estates. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.20, consider discuss and take appropriate action to obligate the remaining America Rescue Fund Plan Act funds that have been allocated to the Veterans Pathway Project. Ms. Putnam.
Good afternoon. On the Veterans Pathway Project, we're coming towards the end stages with the engineering portion, and come October, I'm going to be coming in to ask to go ahead and go out to bid for the engineering. So at this time, as you construction, I'm sorry, for construction. At this time, we've obligated the funding for engineering services, but we have yet to obligate the remaining allocated funds for this project, and that's what I'm asking of you today, is to go ahead and obligate the remaining funds for this project.
For construction.
For construction,
Yes.
and to complete the project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve funding the obligation to fund the construction of the Veterans Pathway Project from the ARPA funds.
Just a question I probably shouldn't ask, but I'll ask you. What happens if the construction budget comes in higher than the funds were obligated?
At this point in time, the committee has diligently been working to make sure that that does not happen and are still on track to not have that happen. We're still within the remaining, there's a chance, I guess, that we could go a little bit over, but not foreseeing it.
There's always a chance, but if that does happen, what I would anticipate is, one, looking if there's anything that could be done differently or dropped from what's being bid. Have a couple of ideas already in mind, but the meeting that we just had with the engineer last week, the committee, we really said, hey, this is getting really tight here, starting to feel uncomfortable. Well, costs have gone up, but they said we can skinny this up right here. They didn't quantify what that would do, but like she said, we've been working hard to make sure that the engineered plans that go out to bid are only things that we absolutely need. Yes, sir.
And Charlie, did we get, work with Maldonado to go to the edge of their property rather?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, good.
I went and looked at it on Saturday. After I did it, yeah. Okay, this is the, we already got a motion in a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Last time item today, until this afternoon, was item 1.21, consider discuss make appropriate action. Open, read, and award the annual bids for delivered fuel. Ms. Hoffman.
Yeah,
One
we
bid?
just would like for you to open and read aloud, and if there's one, probably who we're gonna
We
award
received
to.
one bid from Maxi Energy. I guess I'll just read the total price for their 4 different grades. Supreme is $3.68 or $3.6818. Unleaded is $3.0877. On-road diesel is $3.58.25, and off-road diesel is $3.3870. Pretty good prices. Do you want to review it, or can we go ahead and accept?
I think you can go ahead and award it.
I make a motion that we accept the bids from Maxi Energy.
Got a motion and a second to accept the Max Energy bids as presented. Any discussion?
Do you want to accept an award or just accept it?
Accept an award.
Accept an award.
Yeah,
As presented.
good catch.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 1.22, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to nominate up to 5 persons to the Kerr Central Appraisal District Board of Directors for 24-25.
We don't have to do this till December, submit names.
I don't remember.
It's a while.
Sometime in October, and then we get to vote in December.
Well,
I'm gonna tell you, I asked about a half a dozen people, but I don't have one that read.
Yeah, the one I asked said, I'm done with boards.
I talked to Larry Creo on Thursday or Friday, and he's willing to do it again. And who is our other?
We have 2, right? Total.
Yeah, we can nominate 5, but our vote is based on your vote allocation.
Yeah.
We vote 2 to make sure that we
We
get our.
can basically get 2 for sure.
We have 2.
I
Can't remember who the other one is.
Let's pass this.
Yes, I think so. We got time, but we need to work on it.
Candidates that have been suggested to me, but I haven't had time to reach out to them and see if they're
Let's give it
Let it
time.
pass.
The next agenda item is 1.23, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the SAVNS, the Statewide Automated Victim Notification Service, grant award for FY24. I got Ms. Putnam up there, but Jody and Ms. Putnam came to me, and these needed to be done by a certain deadline. And they recommended that I approve them, so I signed them, so now I'm asking for forgiveness.
These are
It's similar.
reimbursement grants.
Yeah.
The savings grant is for $18,030.39, and just ask that you ratify and confirm your signature to accept the award.
We've been doing this since I've been on the board.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve ratifying the savings grant as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Carly just wants to move this along.
That's right.
1.24, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the SCAP, that's State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, award acceptance, FY 22.
Yes, it's behind, that one's a year behind, it's very confusing.
Okay.
And in this one, the amount is $26,317.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve ratifying and confirming the SCAP grant as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.25, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the Texas Department of Agriculture interlocal cooperation contract between Kenny County and Kerr County, amendment number 1, regarding the 2022 Texas CDBG Colonial Fund Planning and Needs Assessment.
What does it mean?
I don't know.
You approved the first contract. I've got
This-
copies of
this
the
is part of
original
that,
and the amendment.
that
It's
deal
just
with Kenny
amendment to the
County.
date.
It is.
Well, I thought all of our deals with Kenny County had to do with Operation Lone Star and that sort of thing, so what are we doing here? This is ag.
You're doing a study to identify colonials.
Well, this is-
Yes, I don't know.
This is just a change in the date to the contract that you guys already approved.
Okay. How old is this thing, Heather?
It's not very old. The original's in the backup. I've got the original and the
remember
amendment.
this.
I believe this is something that was going through with Dub, perhaps, was a part of this. It's just to be a part of a study.
Okay. Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the TDA interlocal cooperation contract with Kenny County as presented. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 1.26, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a one-year contract for inmate health care services between Kerr County and WellPath LLC. Sheriff.
Yes, I'm looking for y'all's approval to approve a one-year extension contract with our medical health services, which is WellPath, at $1,106,487.99. The money is in my budget, and the contract has been approved by the county attorney.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the healthcare contract with WellPath with the Sheriff's Office as presented. Any discussion?
How much of an increase did we see from last year?
About $106,000.
10%?
Yeah, it was more than that. We had to negotiate.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.27, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to surplus various items from Constable Precinct 2, Veteran Services, and Environmental Health Departments. Ms. Mendoza.
Good morning. So I have various items from them. The Constable Precinct 2 is surplusing an old office chair. Veteran Services has a mini fridge, and Environmental Health Department is various office furniture from their old office.
I move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the surplus items as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. We'll skip over the timed item at 1 o'clock and move down to the approval agenda, 2.1, budget amendments.
Hold on.
I got
Okay.
a problem with what was read. This right here was the current total price for the fuel. It's the rack price, the total that needs to be read into the court record. I'm so sorry.
Let's just say, let's fix this, let's go back and amend the motion to approve the contract with Maxi.
What item? What
For
is
the
it?
fuel.
1.21.
1.21.
So it's just the total on the rack price.
Okay.
They included what, based on that August date, was what the price
Okay.
was per gallon.
The gasoline unleaded fast rack was .4044. Diesel high sulfur off-road for the fast racks is .2162, and diesel low sulfur on-road is .4162. So I make a motion that, probably easier to rescind the previous court order and make a new motion to award and accept Miscellaneous Energy as written. Correct.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion second to rescind the prior order
Right.
regarding the maxi contract prices and adopt the ones just presented to the court.
Just, what's this fast rack? What does that mean?
Cindy, isn't it where, when they go and they purchase the fuel, that it holds, it won't go up in that fast
Mr.
track?
Lutz just read, those are the ones that they will add to whatever the fluctuating rate is per day.
Yes,
But that will always stay the same.
yes.
But our fuel fluctuates each week when we get it.
There's no way of them being able to
Yeah.
hold a price per gallon total. And so they do that, so that price there stays at that for that whole year
That's the
period.
fixed portion of the price that we pay for our fuel.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Now we move on to budget amendments.
Yes, you have in front of you 17 budget amendments. These are line item transfers, some of them do pull from the contingency fund, and there are 3 that the auditor is certifying that there's new revenue.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion?
Who made the second? Oh, I can't, it's hard to hear.
Sorry. Second.
Just, thank you.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Moving on to item 2 point, that's unanimous. Moving on to 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, today's invoices total $539,134.52.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Auditor reports.
Auditor reports, so you have received the letters concerning the independent, or the, not independent, the internal audits for justices of the peace, precincts 1 through 3, the tax office, animal control, and environmental health.
I move for approval. Second.
We got a motion and a second to approve the auditor reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.5, accept monthly reports.
Okay, for August 2023, Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batters, Auditor's Monthly Report, Sandy Shelton, District Clerk Dawn Lance, Constables, Precinct 1, Tommy Rodriguez, Precinct 2, Kyle Snyder, Precinct 3, Paul Gonzalez, Precinct 4, Brad Ryder, Justice of the Peace, Precinct 2, Darrell Horn, Precinct 3, Kathy Mitchell. I move for approval. Second.
A motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All accepted. 2.6, court orders.
We have our court orders from our August 28th meeting, numbers 40167 through 40199. They all look good order. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve court orders as presented. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to information agenda, 3.1, status reports from department heads. There being none, we'll move on to 3.2, status reports from elected officials. There being none, we move on to 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners. Okay, with that, we will go into recess. Oh, go ahead.
It's not the liaison commission, it's kind of liaison. think it's 5:50, I kind of looked at my liaison, even though I'm not listed there.
Unofficial.
Unofficial. I visited with Jennifer Sanchez about them to consider if they would like to move into that building. Also visited briefly with Judge Mitchell, if she sees. I'm just talking to people saying, hey, we will have space available over there, and what are their thoughts about moving it? So it's possible, part of the moving things around a little bit to try to make space work better. Anyway, that's just update on that. I was going to meet with Jennifer and Chase, kind of do a little bit of walking over there.
Will we have a constable over there?
Well, it depends.
We could.
If we could.
Could have.
But we don't have a courtroom.
Right.
We don't have a courtroom over there. Anyway, so it's just just discussion as to what.
Is it room?
No.
Probably not really. So, any other options? We were looking at currently or eventually or soon, I shouldn't say actually, it's not bad. The treasurer's office will be empty. That's right next to the courtroom. That might be an option for JP3. I don't know if that space was adequate. So anyway, we're just trying to figure out what the best movement of office space is.
Adequate just for, isn't that bigger than what she has now?
I think so, but I don't know that for sure.
It has a window.
Chair.
When you get in the basement, that's important. Two windows.
Anyway, just an update. I'm visiting some of those.
If I may, regarding its, space issues, in order to accommodate more people in my office, I hate to ask Jenna to maybe, or push her that way, down that way, because we could expand my office into that area, because her office butts up with mine if we needed to make more. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay. Explore the options and report back. Anything else for the morning session? So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock. reconvene, just recess from this morning. And I want to explain the way we're trying to do this. There are two significant issues on the agenda this afternoon. One is to rescind an order and have a hand count, and the other is to continue the way that we've been doing it in the past using the hard equipment. Those are two separate agenda items in my opinion. They're very closely related. And so with that, I want to try to afford everybody reasonable opportunity to be heard. And so what our local rules say, the court, is that if we have agenda items that are over 30 minutes, and both of these are over 30 minutes, then we limit it to 6 speakers for the 30 minutes, 5 minutes each, and that's 3 on the for side and 3 on the against side. And with the 2 issues, I'm going to cobble those 2 together so that it accounts for 30 minutes plus 30 minutes. And you can have up to 6 speakers for item 1, 3 for 1 and 3 for 2, which would mean a maximum of 12 speakers. But half of them would come from the people that are for the proposition, and half would go to the people that are against the proposition. And so what I'm trying to do is find out how many people, and some people have already made arrangements of who they want to speak, and we'll certainly respect that. But how many people do we have that want to speak? Show of hands. And I guess Eric downstairs, just take a show of hands down there to see what we've got. Now, do we have, I don't presume that the room is divided for and against. That's too good to be true, right?
Neat colored jerseys.
So, give a court report on that here, sorry. These are just general instructions. We'll do the official stuff here in a minute. But I really kind of need the for group and the opposed group on each issue. And you can see they're going to be different. On issue, was it 128? Okay. 4 would be Commissioner Pace's motion, which is to rescind the order and go to a hand count. And the against would be the opposite of that. Say what?
6 down.
All speakers? Yeah.
We got about 6, 7 here. And don't know how to divide it.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands as to what you can do pro or con on these issues. I'm going to do that. Has there been any effort to organize as to who the speakers might be? That's why I put it on the agenda.
May I, Judge? Okay, so I've got stacks of for and against for each item, and I've got them ready to go. I've got, would you like me to go into detail what those are, or for and against?
No, if you got them, but on which issues?
Both issues.
So there's 4 stacks down.
Correct, for the sheets that have actually been turned in, because if they have not turned in a sheet and they raise their hand, they need to turn in a sheet.
Well, that's what we're doing next. So I'm asking about what we have down here in the stacks already. Do I have at least 3 in all 4 stacks?
No.
Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and those of you that want to speak, be sure and say if you are for or against, and it's 128 and 129. 128 is the hand count, and 129 is the continue the electoral system that we have. Fill out your forms and get them to us so that we can get them in the stacks, and then we'll go through and pick out the ones who do speak.
And I've also got forms that have both items, like one says against and the other says for, but it's on one sheet. So it might be in one stack but not the other, so it could be that I have 3. It's supposed to be one sheet per item, but I can't make them do that.
And so what the county clerk explained to me is some of you put for and against different items on one form. We need to have separate forms so that we can put them in stacks so that we can get the 6 speakers.
Correct. Thank you.
So if they wrote for both on one form, then
You need to fill out another form.
So I have a form here. It says the agenda item to address is voting, but it says against. So I don't know what item it is.
Right.
So these are the difficulties that I'm having.
I'll tell you what, why don't you hand me all the forms and I'll just call them out and give them back to you.
Okay. What was the question?
Just one at a time and a stack.
Okay, here's the stack. Here's the first stack.
Okay. Thanks.
I am.
Okay, here you go. Pass that back to her.
Okay.
Bill Ragsdale.
If you hear your name, please come up. Or
Here, let me come.
pass them around.
If you just want to give information and not for or against, where do I go? Somebody who lives on Mountain Laurel?
That's mine.
Okay.
And I think mine is, mine is 30.
Stephanie Earl. Joe Rexach. Rexach.
He might be downstairs.
Okay. Okay. Stan Kapenko.
Right here.
Fred Hennigan.
In the past with some of these,
John Harrison.
with some of these people have kind of organized their pros and cons.
Rick Schrader.
Kind of figured out who's going to speak on each behalf, so that might be
Tom
wise
Coffin?
to do again.
Tom Coffin. Okay, downstairs.
That's all Tom.
Tom Coffin. Stan. Second piece of paper. Sorry. Fred. Gary Allen. Paul. John Elliott. Downstairs.
Got two out here.
I don't see him out here. John Harrison. Tom Coffin. A bunch of hands. Kenneth Hammond. Kenneth Hammond. Lisa Coffin.
They're both downstairs.
Okay.
Judge, I don't know if you called my name already. Joe Rexack.
Yes, I did. Just a minute ago. There it is. Okay, before I send these downstairs, go through it one more time. Lisa Coffin.
She's downstairs.
Kenneth Hammond. John
So
Elliott.
this one is regarding home.
There's plenty
To
of
go
time.
to
There's no reason.
this one is to keep things.
Tom Coffin.
So if we're going to speak,
I think Joe.
Tom Coffin.
So you're the.
Tom Coffin.
So you're against.
I'm against now.
Good.
So that's,
You can speak on the
you can speak on two, you just need to give me anything more.
But you need to settle. There's two agenda items. 128. 4.
I'm
We're against. 129. 4. Two sheets of paper. Two sheets of paper. Everybody else filled out what you need? Okay. So everybody in here, you got your paper, fill out your extra papers. We need to get them back to Ms. Dowd. If you got your papers ready, give them to Ms. Dowd.
Just gonna, I've got two papers, but I only want to speak once. When I approached this, I thought maybe the first resolution would not get a second.
That's fine. And the question is, if you only want to speak on one topic, not both, then when we'll call out the speakers, if you get picked for both of them, then you can decline at that time. We want to be completely transparent about this.
So 4, 1.28. 4, 1.28, and these are all against 1.28.
That's against. And this one's 4. And there's Ragsdale.
And then I have some 1.29s, 1.294s. And I have, one
That's a separate stack.
against on 1.28.
You have 3, 4 on 128?
Four, 1.29.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to use these as guides. I made those a minute ago.
Did you get 3, 4 on 128? On 128, is there a 3, 4?
I got it. I got
Is
it.
there, how many fours 1.28 do you have? That's his question. 1.28.
Just one? Just
Okay.
one? Okay.
So far, I have.
So far, 1,
Thank you.
4 and 128.
But Sheriff,
So
I
1.28.
need somebody to make sure that, or do I need to go downstairs and do it myself?
No, we got it. What do you need?
Are there more
Pick
forms
up the
out
ballots,
here?
they should have
Or do you
one,
have-
two.
Somebody was on their way down
there
with ballots.
Okay.
I think Pat has.
We're not voting yet. Just this is a pretty good example. Just getting in the right thing.
Judge, you're still filling them out, but they're coming up.
Okay, I'm gonna give them some time to do that, and I know Commissioner Basis wanted to make an introduction, and I want to keep this brief. I want every commissioner to have the opportunity to say something to begin with if you want to. So I don't want to have these hijack 30, 45-minute presentations. We're going to do something very, very succinct. And then once we do that, we'll start taking in information from the public. And I'm going to let me go ahead and do it. Let me go ahead and call. Okay. Court will officially come back to order. It is 1:08. I'm going to call both agenda items at the same time, and we'll do them consecutively. First one is item 1.28. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to rescind the Commissioner's Court Order number 40154, adopted August 14, 2023, and the adoption of the Heart Verity System version 2.4 scanner, controller, touch access with DRE, and count tabulation computer for tabulation of votes for the November constitutional amendment election. And instead, adopt the use of the Texas Election Code Chapter 65 hand count ballot tabulation method for this November constitutional amendment election on a trial basis. Item 1.29 is consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve and authorize use of the current voting system. Those are the two items before the court. This one is a and so while they're gathering the ballots downstairs, and I'll bring them up, we'll do a couple of interruptions here, but
Well, I'll officially go make a motion, because I guess nobody will second it. Game over.
well, that's how we started discussion. We've got to have a motion in a second.
Well, my motion is to rescind the Commissioner's Court Order number 40154, adopted August 14, 2023, and the adoption of the Heart Verity System version 2.4 scanner, controller, touch access with DRE, and count tabulation computer for tabulation of votes for the November constitutional amendment election. And instead, adopt the use of the Texas Election Code Chapter 65 hand count ballot tabulation method for the November constitutional amendment election on a trial basis, and move to use only hand-marked paper ballots sequentially numbered and signed by an election judge, except for the ADA voting devices that print paper ballots, and use only paper poll books for each voting precinct printed 30 days prior to the election. That's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I don't think we can do that. I don't think there's enough time to change the voting system in between now and the November election. I don't think we can do it. Legal. Can anybody answer that question for us?
I think you're right. I think you're right.
So, Mr. Reeves, you would have more knowledge of that than any of us probably. Is that enough time to do that? Is that legal to change it at this this late date?
I can't speak on the legality. I've deferred the question to Ms. Stebbins because I did have a question as if the election was supposed to have been called in August, and that's when we brought the election order to you. It was like the week prior to it supposed to have been the deadline to be called. As far as bringing it back up, I'm going to have to refer that question to Ms. Stebbins.
So
whether
then,
it's
Ms.
legal.
Stebbins, we have a certain amount of time before an election.
That's
to do
right.
postings and so on, so.
Yes, that's correct. You have, I don't think you have enough time to change how you're going to count for the November constitutional election.
And that's not just a matter of the logistics of it, it's a matter of legally posting and letting everybody know
Yes,
what's
sir.
happening and so on.
And you adopted the order August 21st that ordered the election.
14.
On August 14th,
Okay.
sorry, on the 14th.
So that,
I came prepared.
But there's not, there's not a second for that, so
Let me modify my motion and see if I can get a second, if you don't mind.
so do you withdraw your other
I
motion?
withdraw my original motion, and I'll modify it with this motion.
But this has to be posted, this new motion will be posted here.
Same agenda item. Use only hand-marked paper ballots sequentially numbered and signed by an election judge, except for the ADA voting devices that print paper ballots, and use only paper poll books for each voting precinct, printed 30 days prior to the election for the November constitutional amendment election. Utilize the Hartberry system version 2.4 scanner and count tabulation computer for the tabulation of votes, and conduct an audit of the tabulation by hand counting for randomly selected voting precincts using the Texas Election Code, Chapter 65 hand count method the day after.
We have a motion, is there a second?
I want to understand it.
So basically, I'm saying we'll go ahead with the election as it's been ordered. You're going to use the equipment to tabulate, which seems to be the biggest concern that people have. And then just before it's canvassed and declared official, we'll do a hand count of randomly selected 4
So
precincts.
it's gonna be like we do an official recount now.
But it's
Yeah.
not a chapter 65 hand count ballot tabulation like the agenda has posted?
Say that.
Yes.
So you read that, and I'm not looking at it, but I'm looking at our agenda, which is what you're asking the court to consider rescinding their order adopting the Hartberry system,
Okay, but
and instead adopt the use of the election code chapter 65 hand count ballot tabulation method for the November constitutional amendment election. Is that the motion, the second motion that you just
my
made?
motion no longer requires the court to rescind the adoption of the Hartberry system. I'm just trying to make a motion that we only use it to tabulate ballots.
Is that the
We
chapter
have-
65 hand count?
Well, the hand count comes in with how you do the audit of it the day after.
So
You'll
I'm
publish.
mincing words a little bit here, but the agenda item says to rescind an order and then adopt the chapter 65 hand count. And if the motion that you just made doesn't include those things, I don't think that the court can take action on it today.
What
Well,
about the
he
next
can,
motion? Can I modify his motion to?
I think, the Commissioner, the issue is when you have a very specific agenda item, there's
Not much wiggle room.
no.
There's no wiggle room in
No,
it. Everybody submitted their requested
yeah.
motion. Agenda.
Well, then let's pass on it till the next court, and I'll come up with a more specific motion that just deals with, we're gonna use the equipment to tabulate, that's the main question. But this is a great opportunity to at least try a hand count. And I'd like to be able to propose that next time. You guys still wanna do it?
Running out of time.
so,
I mean, nothing would be affected in terms of the ability to complete the election. You're gonna use the equipment to tabulate anyway. We've already ordered paper ballots. We have the ability to print additional paper ballots if we need to. It's gonna be a very low turnout election. I would expect. And again, all I'm asking is, as long as we use hand-marked paper ballots.
Let's deal with today's issue first, okay? That's a future issue. I got it. I understand that. But today's issue is we have two items on the agenda. The first item, 128, that's your motion, and that has failed for the lack of a second. Okay. A lot of people have come down here to talk to the score, and we respect that, and we appreciate that. So we still have the second agenda item be called, and we have pros and cons. And I'm sure those of you that would have spoken for the 128, that is not before the court at this point, will probably speak against 129. But it is important for the dialogue, the public dialogue, to be shared with the decision.
That's right.
The only problem is
Let's
it's
hear
already
from-
adopted on that in the August 14th
August,
meeting.
I think that there is no need for 1.29. However, I agree with the judge that making a motion, we can hear from the public.
This is a pivotal and critical issue for this community. And I want to hear from the people. I do. I may not agree with you, but I want to hear from you, whether we agree or not.
Okay. If it takes that, 128, his motion, original motion, to get a second, I'll second it so we can hear from the people.
But that's all
Make
that's
a
gonna
motion,
happen,
Commissioner
because we can't actually do anything with it.
Right.
So everybody understand that?
Yes.
Because of the way it's worded and because of the amount of time we have to work with, we can't do the hand count in November, even if everybody wanted to. But we can discuss it if there's a second.
Did we have a motion and what is the motion?
If you go back to your original motion. you can talk.
Order.
Thank you.
Too many people talking at one time. Now, you finished.
Okay. If Commissioner Paces goes back to his original motion, and it's seconded by Commissioner Harris or one of us, then we can discuss it and talk about the points of it. There's really not anything we can do about it in November. So it wouldn't change what's gonna happen in November anyway. That clear?
I just want people to be able to speak.
I
A
get
lot of
it.
people showed up here, and I want to hear both sides.
And I think probably, even though it may not be technically necessary to vote on 129, if we do vote on it, if we call that and make the motion and we vote on it, we've got a decision made for today.
Yeah, he can still bring it back.
But we can still hear from all the people as to what they think about this, which I think we owe you,
That's right.
and I think we owe ourselves to hear that. So, 128 has failed for lack of a second unless you want me to recall it.
Whatever we need to do to hear from these people.
Well, I want to hear from the people, so let's call.
Under 129, I'll make a motion that we continue or authorize the use of the current voting system with our graphics.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to continue your elections, with that upcoming election the same way that we've done them in the past, as presented. Any discussion? Okay, this is where we take place on the discussion. At the end of the discussion, we will take a vote. We're not going to take a vote before you get a chance to talk. Okay? So with that, I got a whole lot of stacks up here. I think this stack says that it is for 129 against 128.
You can start while you're going to do it.
Okay. Might as well. And for those of you that do not know, our JP from Precinct 4, let me introduce Bill Ragsdale, who is providing input only.
Yep. Yeah, true. Where should I?
Podium. Everybody has to go to the podium.
Okay, I wasn't sure it should have been. My name is Bill Ragsdale. I'm Justice of Peace Precinct 4, Kerr County. I have been a resident, on and off, an employee for 40 years here. I was a deputy sheriff here in the 80s, and I assisted when Pat Dye was the county clerk. Some of my duties included fetching ballot boxes. Okay? I can tell you several things from experience. This is, you figure out what you're going to do. The votes will be counted one way or another. Okay? But I can recall with distinction, Kerr County held up the entire state's election for 3 days, one election cycle, because they were hand counting. Literally, we were with, I think, either 2 or 3 other counties in Texas, literally held up the entire state's election, and in essence, some of the electoral votes for the presidential election. That's one thing, and it relies on the efficiency of how you're going to do it. It relies on one counter and up to 40 or 50 recorders, and it relies, it did in those days at any rate. I mean, I watched it. We can agree or disagree, and that's okay. There's plenty of room, obviously, in here for either side. But they worked all night long, through the next day and through the next day, to try to count all the votes. Now, how accurate that count was, I don't know. We were all ready for it to be over. Okay? It does rely on the honesty of the person who's calling out. It relies on the honesty of the people who are scratching the numbers down. I also lived through an election in Ingram, that was a mayoral election where there were only 300 votes cast. Okay, there was one vote difference between the 2 candidates. They recounted it 3 times and came up with 3 different results. Okay, it relies on the accuracy of the person who's calling. And they finally, I think they called the Secretary of State and said, what do we do? And the Secretary of State said, quit counting. Okay? I also recognize that there is the possibility of the machine, any machine being inaccurate. I think it's probably less than I think by hand counting, but that's an opinion that I don't base science on at all. Commissioner Paces and I spoke a little bit before the meeting, and I quite frankly respect your concern over the integrity of the elections. I think anybody there's several of us in here who are office holders. You went through an ordeal. His election had to be recounted by hand 3 times.
I'm sorry.
And came up with 2 different results.
You exceed your time.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, God bless you. I hope you all come up with a really good decision. I'm going back to court. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Bye.
I have 8 on both sides. Wow. That's what I've got.
Don't count them again.
Gonna count them by hand?
Okay. Then I think probably the best way to proceed is, since this is all on 129, is how we get the discussion. Those that are speaking in favor of 129 will take turns. They'll go one, against will go one. So we'll go back and forth. And so as I look down here, the first one on supporting of 129 is Greg Schrader.
But you go through all of them?
Yeah, I might as well.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm not sending anybody home.
No.
Thank you, Judge Kelly. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to address the court on voting in Kerr County. I've been around Kerr County for almost 30 years, and although I believe that there were many voting irregularities in the 2020 election, I don't think there were any here in Kerr County. And that's why Kerr County officials established a secure method of voting and also a secure method of counting that uses technology to expeditiously tabulate those ballots and eliminate human influence or error. Think about all the ways voter fraud occurred: multiple registrations, ballot harvesting, fake registration, ballot stuffing. All that happens before the votes are counted. The machine doesn't make a mistake when it counts votes. In Maricopa County, a lot of people think there was a lot of voter fraud out there, and there may have been in the 2020 presidential election. But after all the votes were counted by the machine, they went ahead and did a recount, and the recount came up with the same results that the machine count did. So there might have been voter fraud, but it was before the ballots were counted. The ballot is clearly marked, machines don't make mistakes. I participated in the last City of Kerrville hand recount. It was a tedious process. The counters at my table were confused oftentimes. We had to start and stop multiple times. It did not alter the outcome of the election. It only opened the door for more chain of custody issues and human error in judgment. Interjecting more human influence in counting of ballots is a recipe for controversy. Who of us here remembers 2000, what happened in Florida? And do we want to go back there where humans basically kept counting and counting and counting and counting until they got the results and finally the Supreme Court had to decide who won that election? Not me. I want secure voting with machines that count accurately. LBJ won the 1948 Democratic primary when Box 13 in Wells County came in 6 days after the election was over. People hand counted those ballots, even though they were all written in the same hand and they were in alphabetical order on the voter roll. Human error allowed that fraud to happen. We don't want to happen again. Let's please not move backwards when it comes to election integrity in Kerr County. Thank you.
No applause. This is a debate. Okay. Roger Hall. He's downstairs, isn't he? Yep. I'll put him next. Joe Rexack, he's downstairs. Dawn Cadera. Nikki Kames. Good.
You want
You're like
to call some other names so those can start coming up on the other side?
Next will be Paul Zolan. I see him here.
Okay.
And after Nikki will be Dawn Cadera. Downstairs.
Good afternoon, Nikki Keynes. I live here in the area. For me, it all began in the spring when I went up to the Capitol and watched a 5-hour personal presentation that was sponsored by Senator Hall, one of many senators. And what I learned was that the machines that we use, and that includes Hart InterCivic, it is not 100% reliable. Whereas each of us in here, whether it's those on the Commissioner's Court or those of us who have worked elections, we all take an oath. A machine cannot take an oath. And if there's something inside the machine that alters the tabulation or the recording on the e-poll book, which is what I believe happened in my personal case, I would rather put my hands in the hands of my neighbors. If we are to believe that Chapter 65 is okay, I don't understand why, if we work side by side on both sides of the spectrum, if we work side by side already with the machines, why can we not work side by side hand counting? I've seen the demonstrations, and I've seen one caller and 3 tabulators, and all 3 tabulators, counters, came up with the same number. The problem might come in with the counter. So if you have a watcher who's watching the counter, there should be no problem. We've had over 400 people sign up to hand count, and we're encouraging more of our neighbors to do the same. If we're going to keep money locally, if we want to cut down on the budget, I do believe there are stats that reflect that if we're paying our hand counters, the money is staying here locally. That means the money that our voter clerks who would count, the money that they earn, they will spend it here, and it'll go back into the county coffers. I would like to see, if it's not done in November, I would like to see it done in the future as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Zolan.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Kerr County Election Department arguably has the most professional, competent, and efficient organization in the state of Texas. I am intimately involved, have been for years, with the election process, and I speak with conviction that that is the case. I want to go back to 2016. I was the vice chair of the Military Order of World Wars. Our membership had concerns about election integrity. And I arranged for Nadine Alford from the election department to come and address the membership. She and I were sitting at the head table, and I said, okay, Nadine, help me. I want to throw the election. How are we going to do that? The room went silent, and I thought, well, perhaps I should have phrased my question a little bit differently. Ultimately, that is why we are here today, to determine whether or not the current system can provide us a fair and secure election. So to issues. Let's look at the paper ballots. Senator Hall, in his presentation, suggested 3 things to secure the paper side of the election. 1, a special paper so that I can't go down to Office Max and get a couple of reams and run them through the scanner. We have that. 2, serialized ballots. Each ballot that an election judge receives is individually serialized. And when that election judge signs for those ballots, he's signing for a particular series of numbers. Now, why is that important? Because at the end of the day, he is responsible, or she, for returning those ballots, signature or serial number by serial number, back to the election department for full accountability. Our election scanners will not scan the same serial number twice. So that if I steal a ballot, somehow get the special paper, and run off a bunch of copies, I can't start feeding those into the scanner. It's simply not going to work. The third thing that Senator Hall suggested was that we sign each ballot. This is required. We do that. We either hand sign or we signature stamp the ballots. Well, okay. Issues with the signature stamp. Well, you're going to have to steal my stamp, forge my signature, and get another stamp that will match mine. Come on. Hope that's not my time yet. Goodness, we're only halfway there. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Hall.
Roger Hall, live at 118 Independence Lane in Ingram. I'm speaking for 128 and against 129. Really, I just want to touch on the fact that, you know, it's been touched on already. The entire process does need to be cleaned up. I'm not in disagreement there. Registration, the voter rolls with all the dead or moved on people, ballot harvesting, all those things. Early elections, we need to condense that. We need to go to maybe calling election day a holiday. You know, all those ideas are things we definitely need to consider. But what we're talking about now is, do we trust these black box components that are within these systems like HART Intercept? I, for one, do not. I'm in the tech sector. I know, and the gentleman that spoke at the town hall showed clearly how these things can be compromised very easily. And you don't need a lot of equipment, you don't need a lot of know how to do it. And so why are we willing to wait until there's a problem to fix it? Let's be proactive. Let's be proactive and fix this now. I'm not opposed to truly dumb counting machines to count paper ballots. I'm not opposed to that. Let's look at that. But this election is a perfect example of a time to take a step aside. I don't call it going back, but it's taking a step aside from the current process that is very vulnerable to being hacked and look at a hand counting involved method. If it's an audit process after the fact, let's talk about it. But we need to come into this with clarity and thinking it all through and really restore the trust. There is no trust 100% of the time, and there's not even a majority trust right now in our current system, and we need to fix that. And that's what all this, a lot of people here today are here for, is we need to restore trust. And it starts at the local level. Everything we do, I'm involved in a group, Liberty in Action. Everything we do is involved in being active in our processes. We want people to do that. We want them to be involved in the hand counting process. We need people involved. And if we're going to save our system of government we have and our society we have, more people need to be involved on all fronts. So I don't think anybody would disagree with that in this room. So thank you.
Stephanie, or am I saying your last name right?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure.
My name is Stephanie Ertl, and I live in Mountain Home. I'm a fourth generation Kerr County family, and a family that has been involved in civic activities for decades. And I, carrying on that, have been a person who's been active as a poll worker, as an election judge, as an associate judge, and as just a regular clerk. And I have seen the hard work of people who really have devoted themselves, cycle after cycle, in making our voting system work. And it concerns me to see that people are criticizing our long-term dedicated election officers, and that there isn't any basis for that. There isn't any claim that anything has been done improperly, and there certainly isn't any complaint about the outcomes, because the people that are sitting on the Commissioner's Court were all elected through this process. So I think we need to continue and really focus on those things where people feel more welcome to vote, where it's easier, where they have good information, and so that we can feel confident that everyone in Kerr County who is eligible to vote is getting the chance to vote the way and with good information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joe Rexax, am I saying that right?
Afternoon, I'm Joe Rexack, Center Point. I'm speaking out against these voting machines, mainly because, when I walk in, when I fill out my ballot, my paper ballot, and I slide it into that machine, I have to trust that machine now has taken the information that I put down, the votes, and transferred it exactly like I intended it on my sheet. Well, that's been now separated. It's totally separated. And when there's a recount, my understanding of that recount is it counts what that machine counted. They'll go back and machines are perfect, right? The only way to test the machine is by doing a hand count. And to say, human error, of course, these machines, guess who made them? Human error. And so they do make mistakes. We all know that. We talk about hanging chads in the days. We know about that. That can be fixed. It was fixed by doing a little bubble and you fill it in, and the hanging chad is gone. If there's an error, you go back. It's still the bubble filled in. So you go. It took us too long. My question is, was it accurate? That's what we're asking. Is it accurate? And yeah, it took a little longer. There was a couple of mistakes, but it was accurate. So that's what I'm looking at with this is the further we get down the road, it begins, and I do this with all due respect, but it begins to look like our budget program where it's just so complicated we can't fix it. Well, we're at a point where we can't. Let's just do both. Let's do the hand count and the machines. Let's do it in advance. We're going to do an audit in advance. I mean, however you want to look at it. It's pretty simple. I don't know why anybody would be against it. I really don't. It proves for those that want the machines that the machines are accurate. So we'll prove they're accurate. We're gonna do a hand count, and by golly, you were right. Or maybe they weren't. And then we need to look at that. So we're willing to do it. I mean, it's just work. I mean, how do the Amish move a barn, right? A lot of people pick it up and they move it. They don't go to a computer program, and I mean, they might be months. They might get back, they're gonna have problems. They don't do that. They just get their neighbors together, which is what we're talking about doing, and going down and doing a hand count. We're talking about this as if, we're staging some kind of a, something that is, boy, we don't want to, this is a touchy thing. It isn't. So we're on the same side. Let's prove the machines are accurate. And if that's where you feel, then that's what you feel, you're going to see that. Or we're not. But our elections are going to be trustworthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Hammond. You downstairs?
What's the name, Judge?
Kenneth Hammond.
Kenneth Hammond.
I'm going to pass this time to someone else, Judge.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we've got Tom Coffin, but he's deaf, so his wife Lisa Coffin.
You're right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Hammond, give you his time.
Now look, I'm totally deaf.
She's going to speak together.
I guess they can hear me.
This is my husband, Tom Coffin. Ken Hammond, who's downstairs, he's with me, and we're giving our 5 minutes to him so that he can.
Okay. State your name.
I think I'm supposed to state my name and address, which is Tom Coffin, and it's C-A-U-T-H-E-N. Obviously, you can tell that I speak pretty loud, so y'all ought to be able to hear. But I am totally deaf, so. I've watched all of y'all for the last 3 or 4 months. Sorry, I'm used to speaking loud. I've watched y'all for the last 3 to 6 months going back and forth in the papers. Now, I can understand all y'all's concern about the election. I've done them for 8 years. I got more experience than anybody in this courthouse. Bob's done them for 5. I watched how they work. I've used the machines. I used the Scantrons. When we went to the new machines, they were totally a whole lot better. Instead of getting out of the courthouse at daylight, I got out of the courthouse about 10:30 or 11. As far as accuracy, let me tell you something. They were very accurate because we had to have hand counts because some of the precincts were close. And once they did the precinct count, they'd find out that our machine, which I'm not saying anything about people hand counting, but it's kind of hit and miss sometimes. But the machines we had were very, very accurate. Now, I've been watching a lot about this Chicken Little and all these acorns falling on his head about how hand counting is it. You can't hand count an election and have any, especially next year. Yeah, you can hand count. Commissioners, judge, I can understand y'all's concern. I was concerned too, because in 2001, the commissioners and the judge dumped elections on the tax assessor in Walker County. If you don't know where Walker County is, that's where y'all send all y'all's wonderful inmates. We didn't let them vote either. Counting for the citizens, but we didn't let them vote. Now, the next thing, since the commissioners trusted me, I don't know whether it's trying to stump me up, since I was the first Republican ever elected in Walker County as a tax assessor, I wanted to know, because I watched LBJ cheat an election. My daddy told me all about it. He was a former sheriff of Walker County. So I know it can be done. I know what your concern is. So I said, hey, I talked to my election administrator, the lady who was under me, my voter lady, And I said, how can we cheat at an election? Here the tax assessor and election administrator wants to know. Let me tell you something. It is very, very difficult. Number one, you're going to have to get the Republicans and the Democrats to go along with it at the precinct. Then the line of command comes up there with the votes. Then you're going to have to get the election administrator, the tax assessor, or the county clerk to lie. Then you're going to have to get, the next thing you're going to have to get is the lady that plugs in the computer stuff. You've got about 6 to 8 people that y'all are going to convince to lie about an election. It ain't going to happen. The state figured it out. They figured out the checks and balances from when it comes into the precinct. You have both judges. Yeah, it's good to have both of them there.
Is there more time?
That's halftime.
3 more minutes?
You have both election judges there. And yes, I was concerned about cheating too because the mail-in ballots worried me. But the mail-in ballots went into a separate box, and we had our ballot board that night would check them, make sure that they were registered, that they had signed up. You got to remember, we're in Huntsville. We got a lot of people come by wanting to vote because of the college town. The next thing y'all got to understand too is that yes, if you were in Harris County, I can guarantee you'd probably need to do a hand count. Of course, it'd take you about a year. Or because Harris County is just basically like Chicago, New York, and LA and the rest of the things, and Georgia and a few of the other ones. Yes, the state of Texas has checks and balances in voting. Now, I don't get out and do this much, don't care anything about public speaking, but I will tell y'all one thing, when it comes to election, the machines were very, very accurate. Judge Ragsdale just had an election in Ingram last year, I guess, last November. I'm sure they had to do hand count. I guess they did machine. Y'all, I think he talked to y'all about it. I missed most of every conversation. You never know with hand counting. Now, I'm like one of the commissioners. I was wondering how it would work out too. When you have a close race, they requested it. Usually our machines were much better than the hand count. And I understand people being concerned about it. I've seen it the last few years. Since I'm retired and out of office, don't care about being in office, I've watched the way they have cheated at elections. But it's a free-for-all in those states. They let them mail in and do any kind of ballot thing they want. It's not in Texas. Texas is very concerned, I guess, since LBJ did such a good job getting in office back when he got senator. I guess after that they finally cleaned up the debt. Now, when I was in office, I told them I was going to let the dead Republicans vote again. They all laughed. They said I shouldn't be saying that. Well, I told them. The DA got after me one time. He said, "You can't say that." I said, "Why not?" I said, "The dead Democrats been voting for years." But it's very hard to get people to vote, even dead people. You have to have too many people involved in the process. How are you going to get a Democrat and a Republican together and tell them, "Oh yeah, thank you"?
He's supposed to get my time also.
Oh, get a third
Ken
one.
Hammond, his and mine.
One more.
Yep, you get one more.
I'm good.
And you get one more.
I just wanted to make it clear that y'all understand, I didn't cheat in the election. But I wanted to see if it was possible to cheat. You have to have too many people involved. I'm sorry. And a hand count, after y'all do a machine count, do a hand count and especially this coming up election, you'll see that it's almost identical to the T. Thank you all, and I appreciate the time.
Lisa, tell him he was refreshing. I'm glad y'all.
That's what I gotta deal with at home.
Don Cadera.
Smart act to follow.
Don Cadera. Don Cadera.
Dawn.
We're checking downstairs.
Okay.
They have to come back. Let me know when. There's not one still in the courtroom.
Okay, I had her in there twice. Greg Rising.
He had to step out.
You have to leave? You have to leave? Yeah. Then I got Joe Rexach and Roger Hall again. That's all I got in that stack. Anyone else? I'll double check them, so. Stan Kabinka.
My name is Stan Kabinka, and I live at 219 West Creek Road here in Kerrville, Texas. I have been an election officer in Kerr County for at least 30 years. And I think it's wonderful that we're having this election integrity interest, because you usually don't get this type of deal. But I do agree with Bob Hall. I went to his presentation. And I agree with him that it's not going to be machines, it's not going to be hand counting, it's not going to be paper ballots, it's going to be people. It's the people. Always remember it's the people that's going to do the elections. So with that, I just know with some of the machines that we have, when you scan that ballot, if you haven't voted on the backside, it'll spit it out. It'll say, hey, you didn't vote, and one of us will have to go over there and help them. We have a lot of seniors that will mark on the ballots, and it will spit that out. So right off the bat, these machines give you voter assistance that you would not get in hand counting. And I think also what Bob Hall is saying, and I think this is a state thing, we need to we get this fixed at the state level. I think all this energy for this hand counting should be tossed away, and let's get the machines fixed, because there are problems. Some of these things are using XP13 still, or whatever it is at Microsoft. So again, I'd like to say that I've enjoyed working with Bob Reed and his staff. They have excellent professionalism. Also, I just know with volunteerism that we've had, because I've been doing this for 30 years, and Paul, I'm surprised you didn't mention this, but he has to only get 90 workers, and he struggles to get 90 workers, and we're 75% Republican. And I've had to go to other precincts outside my precinct to be a judge, because he couldn't find somebody to be the judge. That's the honor part, supposedly. And I will also tell you too, that when I get these ballots, I want to know where they are. And I know when they're in that machine, in that box there, they're either in that machine or they're in my presence. I can't see how an election judge could handle ballots all over the place. It would make me go insane. So anyhow, I just want to say that I think there's ways to fix this. Our cake and eat it too, but let's get hold of our state officials. And I think Bob Hall is all geared up on this. So we should get our state senator to get with him, to get with the Secretary of State and fix the machines as best as they can afford. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else outside that wants to speak for paper ballots, hand counts?
Is somebody here for paper ballots? Judge, I want to hear 4 paper ballots. Give me your name. Richard. Okay, go. Then we need a form.
Okay, 2 things. I need the hat off
Yeah, we need a form.
and your name.
I'm Richard Boner, and I live in East Kerr County. I've been an election judge and precinct chair. First time I was precinct chair, I was, came in, we had other election judge. I know that when we do elections, our stuff comes out right on the paper, but we don't know what's going on in that machine. Those machines are very expensive. I believe much more expensive than paper ballots. When I started voting here in Kerr County, it was paper ballots. We always knew what the results were the night of the election. Now, we go on for weeks to try to figure out what the election results were. So I do not see where these machines, the scanners and the electric voting machines, poll pads, how all of that stuff is advantageous to us. I believe we need to start looking more into that. The machines are not controlled by us. I hear people talking about, we can't get in there and rig the election. That may be true, but we don't control what's in that machine. We don't control the programming. All we do is get the machine, set it there, and we're trained on how to use it. But that paper ballot, when you put that paper ballot in the machine, sure, it goes down in a box. We make sure we have the right number of ballots. But we don't know what the results are that are turned in through that machine. So I believe we need to go and use paper ballots. We can count them. Nobody can rig that election when you've got a team of 4 or 5 people counting those ballots. And it can be transparent. There's no transparency on those machines. So I think we need to go to paper ballots. They will be numbered in paper that can't be duplicated. So I believe that's a very, very reasonable change to make. Save a lot of money doing it that way. The money will stay local, can get put back into the community. So I'm for paper ballots. Thank you.
Thank you. John Harris.
My name is John Harrison. I live at 2911 Dry Hollow in Kerrville. My wife and I are 18-year residents of Kerrville and Kerr County. I don't personally know Bob Reeves. I've shook his hand a couple of times. In fact, I shook his hand today and had a brief conversation with him. But I do know Bob by reputation, as I know many of you in this room by reputation only. Reputation is built on observation as well as feedback from others. Based on my observation of well-run elections and what others tell me about Bob, I believe that when Bob speaks, we should listen. Bob Reeves, Nadine Alford, their staff, as well as many volunteers, have helped run secure and accurate elections in Kerr County for many years. They deserve our respect. They run elections for our school districts, cities, political parties, as well as national, state, and countywide elections. The people that have enabled these secure and accurate elections deserve our support, not questioning about some hypothetical issue that does not exist and is not supported by any data in Kerr County. I could apologize for how they've been treated over the past few months, but really the only apology that matters is that one, that some members of this court, I think, needs to make to Bob, his staff, and the volunteers. A group of friends and I were discussing a couple of weeks back about how we could show support for Bob. The idea of a petition was raised, and I decided to create one, an online petition. I'll not read the complete petition, only the last sentence. We, the undersigned, stand with Bob Reeves and adamantly oppose Commissioner Pace's efforts to substitute hand counting of paper ballots for the state-approved method of voting system that has served Kerr County well for decades. That petition was online for 8 days, and I shut it down. And I've gotten a little bit of grief for shutting it down early. But in that time, 641 Kerr County residents signed that petition. Many left comments. This past Friday, each of you were emailed a copy of that petition, the names of the people that signed it, and the comments that were made. I brought another copy this morning for the court. I hope you show support for Bob. I hope he accepts your support. And I hope he agrees to continue to run elections in the state-approved methods that have proven to be so successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got one more pro 129. And Commissioner Pace did not get to make his presentation, or he had some comments he wanted to make. I'll allow you to go ahead and close out your side. And we'll do that. But let's try to keep the same time period.
Judge, I think that Mr. Henneke had submitted paperwork to speak to.
Fred.
Fred?
Next one. John Elliott is speaking also.
There were several,
They put down against 128.
Okay.
So that's what, that's the confusion. I didn't call that one because 128 gets.
oh, sorry.
I got you. I'll call you.
Sheriff.
Oh, is yours already up there? Marianne Summer? Marianne Summer?
I've got hers.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's Fred.
Well, they keep coming in. Okay. Some of the confusion, I think, I've got Fred Henneke here. I'll go ahead and call him. Fred? But you put, technically, the one I got said against 128. That's why I didn't use it.
Well, I did both of them, which is, you got the second one after that. My
I'm
name
not
is Greg
very good-
Henneke.
I'm not a very good clerk.
That's not your skill set. My name is Fred Henneke. I live at 2595 Bandera Highway here in Kerr County, Precinct 2, and I'm proud to live in Kerr County for over 32 years now. Why? Why? Fundamental question is why change? Why change a system that has worked in Kerr County since 2008? With no controversy. You heard Judge Ragdale talk about controversy that held up the election for the whole state for days. You heard Greg Schrader talk about controversy in the recent recount. Those were all hand counted. Why? What is the reason to change from a system that we've used without any controversy, without any complaint, without any suggestion of bad counting or wrongdoing or fraud or corruption for all this time? Just to throw it away on a whim. People say it's the machines. Well, there are machines everywhere. The machine tabulates your money at the bank. How many times do you go in there and count your actual money? Probably not very often. There's no rational reason to change. And there's a lot of reasons not to change. The one that I'll put a bug in your ear about now is ballot security. Under Chapter 65, it can be agreed that counting can start after 10 people have voted. Which means after 10 people have voted, someone can go into one of the ballot boxes, take the ballots out, and take them to where they're counted. The counting place has to be at least 100 feet from the polling place, and you cannot be within sound of the people calling. Who's going to move the ballots? Who's going to be responsible for the ballots? I've been an election judge. Don't hand me that ball. I'm working on the election. I'm not working on the county. So you know who's going to get that responsibility? My good friend Sheriff Leatham. He's going to have people who will take the ballots out, receipt of the numbered ballots,
take them over to the counting place, observe the county, and then secure the ballots. It's a chain of custody issue, Judge. We're both familiar with that. It's not just willy-nilly, somebody, well, let's go, what are you doing this afternoon? You want to count ballots? Yeah, let's count some ballots. The people who count the ballots are election workers. They will have to be approved by the court. They will have to satisfy the very minimal requirements of the law. They will have to take the required training. They will be paid $12.50 each an hour. It's not just a case, again, of let's all get together and count ballots. Furthermore, your county teams are going to have to be, to a certain extent, bipartisan. So I'll leave you with those two thoughts in mind: ballot security and bipartisanship. Thank you, gentlemen.
We have another against the current system and for the hand count, Alicia Bell.
Alicia Bell, Precinct 1. I stand against 1.28. These machines are not accurate. The Scantrons are not accurate. I used to work as a testing clerk for the federal government for the Military Entrance Processing Station, testing people on the ASVAB going into the military. And we had a lot of problems with the Scantrons. Even with that, and it's only as good as the key that they put in. If they choose a key with a different answer, you're going to get a different result. I suggest that we go to 100% paper ballots, and that they can be hand counted with the Chapter 65 method. There's no reason not to go with that. We've been using it for 148 years, hand counting, and just because some people may not be skilled in doing it, maybe they shouldn't be counting and have a different group of people. We should have enough counting teams that you're not going to be counting all night, you're not going to be counting for 3 days. Either way, it's going to be a whole lot better than weeks or months, like the counting machines. And besides, the electronic voting machines are illegal right now. The certifications are not certified. They're illegal they're illegal machines right now. And you don't want to go into the election voting to use an illegal voting method. The only legal method to count ballots right now is Chapter 65. It's the only one in the state. Thank you very much.
John Elliott.
Commissioners, I'm John Elliott. I'm from Hunt, Texas, and I'm speaking against item 128. I was the Republican chairman from 2009 to 2020, and it's my experience that hand counting tabulation on a large scale will open up hand counting system to potential inefficiency and human error. Let's not burn down a system that has worked in the past for a system that is unproven and has potential for inefficiency open to human error. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention.
We're going to have one last layperson to call before Mr. Plessis wants to make his comments, and that'll be Mary Ellen Summer.
My name's Mary Ellen Summerlin, and I live at 105 Turnberry Circle here in Kerr. That's precinct 2. It struck me today that 9/11 is a good time for us to be talking about this, because the only silver linings that came out of 9/11 are the fact that we found out how resilient our democratic system is and how reliant we are on the people on the ground, the first responders. In this situation, much less dramatic, of course, there's some similarities. We've got a system that's under attack, doesn't need to throw us clear off track. We've got people that we can count on and trust for their integrity and their professionalism in the elections department, from top to bottom. And I've worked lots of elections in every possible role, and I can tell you firsthand, they are fair. And I'm a Democrat. I didn't come in there expecting to be treated fairly, but I have been, and I have seen their integrity. It's reliable. Today, you guys have a chance to recognize their everyday heroism and to act pretty heroic yourselves, taking responsibility for what's sensible and logical and right. I can't know how much preparation you've actually done. I know that none of you came to the required local testing of our machines, which is open to the public. I know that none of you firsthand observed that demonstration that Bob Reeves and his staff put on. I don't think any of you went to Austin to Intercivic to really check where the components come from, and it isn't China. But I hope you've done your own analysis, and I hope you've paid attention to Woodward's accusations that there's something wrong with the certification of our machines. Hundreds of pages, but what it boils down to is a very tiny paperwork discrepancy, he claims, between signatures on certificates, some hair splitting between the words revoked and expired, and the idea that not the machine certification is in question, but the lab that tests the machines have these paperwork errors. Mighty thin, weak sauce of an argument, in my opinion. He admits that when he went to court with his writs of mandamus and his quo warrantos, nothing has happened. The writs of mandamus all dismissed, the quo warrantos pending.
One sentence.
Oh, that's 1 minute? Good.
One sentence.
Oh, good, 1 sentence. So, most of the arguments for are based on possibility. The only evidence that's been, the only fact that can be proven or unproven doesn't have evidence to back it up. Stick with what is tried and true. Thank you.
Yeah, before we take the vote, we'll give Mr. Paces an opportunity. If you'd like, you can go to the podium because you seem better on YouTube from the podium than you are on the bench. Better sound up there, I can tell you that. That's up to you. But I've had a lot of people complain about they can't hear us, but they can hear people at the podium.
Okay. Charles, pull me up. Go to the second slide.
All right, look, I think one of the important things to understand, first and foremost, I too support Bob Reeves. I have never stated that there was any issue or concern about Bob or anybody on his staff. It's the system that I don't trust, the machines. And I think you need to recognize I'm not alone. You know, recent polls have been showing that over 60% of eligible voters don't trust our elections. You know, before 2020, all kind of notable names there: Hillary Clinton, Senator Kamala Harris, lots of senators, all kind of people on the Democrat side that expressed concerns about the voting machines and that we shouldn't trust them. And you need to understand that here in the Republican Party in Kerr County, in our convention, election integrity was the #1 priority, and it was also the #1 priority in the statewide convention. Recently, the Republican National Convention has issued a resolution that urges the return to excellence in voting, calls on state legislatures, county and municipal governments to pass laws and codes, rules that allow for transparent hand counting procedures, etc. So, you know, there is a growing awareness that we need to get back to the basics and stop trusting machines. Next, please. We recently had a town hall at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. We had a lot of notable speakers. The one thing that I really want to point out here is, hey, we had 300 attendees. That's pretty darn good for a town hall in the middle of the afternoon. And out of those attendees, 89 new folks signed up to hand count paper ballots. So right now we have over 400 people that have volunteered to hand count ballots. You kind of have a movement. So in terms of the argument that we can't find people, I think we can. Dr. Dougherty, who presented, he's a guy from Texas, emeritus at Texas A&M, all kind of credentials. Anyway, his presentation was, this is a slide from it, why the machines have to go, they're not transparent, they're not accurate, they're not accountable, hardware is vulnerable, software is vulnerable, network's vulnerable. So his recommended action items, next. Oh, sorry, I should have been telling you next. All right, promote hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots. Get county commissioners to adopt a resolution that no voting system shall be used unless it contains no remote access capability. It's been certified by the EAC, and that the BSTL certificate of accreditation has been signed by the EAC chairman within 2 years prior to the election. And that's one key issue. It's not available. I just want to point out that we have been talking about election integrity for quite some time. Back in April, this court issued a resolution supporting the state legislature for accurate, transparent, and auditable elections. And I'll just point out that some of the keys that are actually within our control were endorsed by at least 4 members of the court. The first one is hand-marked, sequentially numbered paper ballots, pre-printed on counterfeit-resistant paper and signed by an election judge. Paper poll books. Verifying vote results with random hand counts and robust audits. And then, of course, the other one that's important is cleaning and securing voter rolls. Okay. And this slide just kind of illustrates what is within the control of the Commissioner's Court. And certainly the adoption of any voting system used in a general election is key. The decision on whether we use hand-marked paper ballots versus the touchscreen electronic devices, that decision rests with this court. Decision to hand count versus tabulated ballot, decision rests with the court. And the decision to print hard copies of our poll books also resides with the court. So hand counting, it's been used to tabulate votes in Texas for many decades. Hey, come on, all kind of countries hand count. Germany, with over 65 million citizens, they hand count. They engage 650,000 of their citizens to be part of that process, but it works. Now, Chapter 65 has been around since 1985. And, granted, with the convenience of electronic tabulating systems, hand counting continued in only a few small counties and municipalities, like our neighbor Fredericksburg. And it has been, of course, used in contested elections to recount ballots. But with growing concerns about vulnerabilities of electronic voting systems, it is seeing a resurgence. And in fact, the Gillespie County Republican Party Executive Committee just passed a resolution to hand count paper ballots and use poll books, paper poll books, in their 24 Republican primary. So we did put together a Chapter 65 hand count demo. A team got together, we made a video of it, where they actually counted 150 ballots. These were based on the 2022 November general election. There were 20 races on the ballots on 3 pages, had to be counted. It took some time, 2 hours and 14 minutes. And that works out to basically 67 ballots per hour. But in the end, all 3 tally sheets were in agreement, showing 100% accuracy. And you can watch that video, there's a link to it there. See me if you want that link if you haven't already seen it. All right, so the proposal was to use hand counting in November. And this was kind of the basis for that proposal, just looking at costs and what it would take. Because we do expect a relatively low turnout, probably only about 10,000 ballots or less, and there's only 14 races to count. For an early voting judge, they're going to know how many votes they have to count, so they can make an estimate of the tally, a much better estimate of the tally teams required. And the point's already been made about once voting counts starts, No election personnel may leave the counting location until the polls close. So in many cases, it's preferable to start counting in the middle of the afternoon, say 2 p.m., and put enough tally teams onto it that they only have to work for 5 hours. There is no limit to the number of tally teams. You just have to have adequate space. Assuming 10,000 ballots will be cast with absentee and early voting ballots, about 70% of that, like we had in the 22 general election in November. That 67 ballots per hour, which is very conservative for a 14 race ballot, that would probably be two sides of one paper. It'll take 149 hours to count. That's based on one tally team. Of course, if we put 30 tally teams on it, 120 people, we would complete the count in about 5 hours on election day. That does exclude poll watchers. Poll watchers don't get paid. So the 21 tally teams in central voting could finish basically by 7 p.m. And this election, we only have 4 election day polling locations, and there would certainly be better tally team utilization and efficiency. It would only take 9 tally teams there. So the cost. Next, please. And the SOS, Secretary of State has confirmed that clerks and judges have to be paid. They do require training, and there may be additional, that training program is online. It can be done at their own pace, but additional training would be required by the entity authorizing the election. And it's certainly, while it's easy, it is important that the tally teams undergo some training and have a practice round prior to election day, just to ensure smooth, timely, and accurate vote counting. All right, so basically 120 people times 5 hours, $12.50 an hour, that's $7,500. You've got some cost to print tally sheets, $50. It looks like we might need another 31 additional ballot boxes. They're kind of expensive. We do have 49, but to eliminate some of the concerns about chain of custody, they have to stay locked when we transfer one box and put ballots into the next before the ballots go into box number 3. All that's very clear in the video how that would work. Anyway, that cost could add another almost $5,000. Security checks, I've just assumed we'll go ahead and check 300 people at $2 a person. That's what HR pays. So that's another $600. So all in all, and of course that gives us a much larger pool of election judges and clerks, since all of the people tallying votes have to be judges or clerks. That would add $13,000 to the cost of the November election. Next, please. But the real benefit of hand counting is to eventually try to get rid of the machines, do away with all the costs associated. And the cost to count a primary or general election would be between $18,000 and $21,000, depending on the actual turnout. And a primary runoff would be about $9,000, depending on the actual number of races. Chances are we wouldn't have that many people in a runoff. So all in all, if we can avoid using the machines, we can save around $85,000 per year in capital lease payments and the annual software upgrades and maintenance. And of course, we could also avoid future equipment upgrades. Bob Reeves has mentioned it would cost $246,000 to upgrade the equipment that we currently have. And the point's already been made that the expenditures would stay in the local community and benefit our people. So, next. And this gets into the legal issue with the Hart Verity system. And I think as Mrs. Summerlin pointed out, yes, it's a technicality, but that's the way the law works. We don't have a proper EAC chairman on the test laboratory certificate of accreditation. And in the absence of that, you're using a system that technically is illegal. And what that does, it sets the stage for election result contestation, lawsuits, and all kind of additional problems because of that. And anyone using equipment that's not legal runs additional risks. So, but that decision is based with this court. And it's why I voted against adopting the Hart Verity system earlier. So that's kind of the presentation. I'll leave it at that.
Very well.
Was it too painful?
That was about 11 minutes.
Yeah, I said 10 minutes, yes.
Very important one. There's one thing about Mr. Page's reference to the court order that I did vote with back in April. That was to the legislature about making some changes. That court order did not include hand counting, did not include getting rid of our machines. Much of what was on there was considered. You can verify.
To verify, that's all.
Verify, not to do it. Well, I read it. Anyway, much of what was done by the legislature was off of this was done. Some of it wasn't. And I think it was a negotiation, legislature like freedom happened. But I think what they did was good, and my understanding is that, there will be paper ballots. Only exception I think is going to be going into the disabled people that do have rights. So that comment, I think it's been a very, I won't say that often. Thank you, Mr. Paces, for bringing this whole topic up. But I think it has been worthwhile and good for us to really look at it. I'm glad the community got involved. I kind of go back to I think the first speaker was Greg Schrader, and I agree with a lot of what he said. I don't think there's a problem in Kerr County. I never have thought there was a problem in Kerr County. I think it's worth looking at. I think there are problems in areas, certain states, certain cities, but all I vote for is Kerr County, and I'm in favor of the insurance system.
I want everybody to understand election integrity is way up here with me. I remember right before the 2020 election, I went to a meet and greet with, for Chip Roy. And that was my question to him, how he felt election integrity was going into the 2020 election. And we didn't really talk a whole lot, but then we had the election. And there was a lot of irregularities, and that a lot of us think there's some shady stuff going on. You watch 2,000 Mules, you feel even more so. So, it's an important topic with me, I think, but I still think any election reform should be at the state level. And I've said this 3 or 4 times already. For Kerr County's votes to not be contributed or recognized, it would be because of the larger cities or counties shenanigans. Houston, Dallas, those type counties. And there's always some questionable stuff going on there. Nobody said there was questionable stuff here that I know of. Regarding the petition that went around, as soon as I saw the title, oh gosh, you're pitting 2 elected against one another. I think it should have just been, and he's probably going to throw something at me, support Bob Reeves and retain Bob Reeves. But I would have liked to have seen it. But I didn't like pitting 2 people against one another. So that's my 2 cents for now.
I pointed out, it's nothing between Bob and I.
The people that tried to make it about personalities were in error or intentionally misleading people. Today, not a person spoke that I didn't think had a good valid point on something. A lot of you made the same point in different ways. There was a lot of talk about having full confidence in our system. And that's what I think everybody needs. We want to have valid elections. Anybody try to go to DPS this last week?
No.
Do you know what happened at DPS? They were closed all week. You know why? Computer error. So, I've worked with computers since the mid-'80s, since before most people had to, when the floppy disk actually flopped when you did this. And you had to deliver it across town to somebody, and you didn't have email and internet and all that stuff. And I've seen what a computer can do and what the limitations are, and how you can work on something. A lot of the problems we have with computers, just like a hand count would be, is human error. Much of it is human error. Garbage in, garbage out is the old saying with computers. But the DPS, that's a statewide organization, shut down for a week. You couldn't get a driver's license. You couldn't go in there and do anything you needed to do. And guess what? There was no backup. Nobody there could walk over to the little file cabinet and look for something. No index cards, no nothing like that. Because of that and all of this whole thing we've been talking about, my preference is to split the difference and have everybody in the county vote on paper ballots. Only the handicapped folks who actually need it vote on the machine. You would always retain the paper. You can always do your recount. It's the way we do a recount already. But if all of us vote on paper ballots and we save those paper ballots, if there's ever a question, we have it there. And if we wanted to, periodically, we could just audit the system because we'd have everything there we need. I went through a recount. This is anecdotal, doesn't mean anything to anybody but me and my opponent. In the recount, I watched how the process goes. And I watched how the human error part of it can go. I also saw those ballots that are spit out by the computer. I didn't like the looks of those things near as much. You get 4 counts per page on those. So there's a lot of reasons why I don't trust that, and I do trust paper. You can hold the paper, you can see it, you can save it, and you can count it. So if I had my way, we'd scan all the votes on paper. If somebody needs the machine, they can go use the computer machine. You save those on a thumb drive, and that would be, that's my answer to it. We're not here to discuss what my answer is to it, but I'm just telling you to give that some thought. That really would be, I think, the best way. You don't throw the baby out with the bath, and you don't have a boogeyman under the bed.
At least 3 of us in this room have been involved in runoff. I mean, not recount.
Recount.
And it worked.
Yeah. So that gave me extra confidence in the system. And I served as a precinct judge in Montgomery County back in the 80s. And it was real easy work because there was only about 4 Republicans in that county, and I was one of them. So we got finished counting before everybody else and went down to the courthouse with our little box. So I don't like the full-on machine computer voting. And what has been addressed here is not an issue with Bob Reeves and somebody attacking Bob Reeves. It's the machines that people don't trust. You don't know what happens to your vote any more than I do when that vote goes in that machine and when it's counted. We don't know what happens. None of us does. It's like having a junk drawer. You don't know what's in your junk drawer even at home. You sure don't know what's in that computer. So that's all I got to say.
So we still have the hard copy.
I would like to have hard copies.
We still do.
Good. Yeah, for the recount. That's right. Right.
But we should go to hand mark.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what you said we are.
But I'd like to see all paper.
You can still use the machine.
Right.
And it generates.
Too many.
Okay. Everybody's talking at once. It's time to wrap this thing up. We have a motion and a second to approve and authorize the use of the current voting system. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
4-1. And with that, we are adjourned.